I'm muted. I just realized. I realized my problem. Every time, like, I don't look at my thing, and I'm just like, it was a level of catastrophes. So, hi there. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. It's just one of those days, you know the kind of day where you wake up and you're just like, this day is going to be a disaster. That was today. First gnome of the day, and you claimed first. Congratulations. I really need to create like a kind of confetti thing that like appears every time that someone claims that, honestly. Cause you gotta appreciate when people like come and claim it. I actually had a stream where no one claimed it, and I was just like, cool. Glad no one wanted it. Guess it's just mine. Yeah, you gotta get your gnome. You gotta get the gnome. But no, I woke up and it was like, cause today was the semifinals for my hockey team. It went mixed. So we won. We won like 3-0, I think, which was woo, great. But it took them like 30 minutes to score their first goal because they were rushing with the ball, because they like panic sometimes when they don't have the ball. And I'm like, okay, cool, great. Glad you guys are having a good moment. So they just like panicked. Like casually panicked as they were playing. Which, nothing wrong with it. But the main problem was 30 minutes before the game, I'm the goalkeeper. I've been the goalkeeper all season. 30 minutes before the game, my coach comes up to me and says, hey, so we're going to have you share the field with a different goalkeeper from the team that lost, right? The other team from our club that's in our division, they lost. I've only let in 5 goals all season, and one of them is from my own teammate, and shouldn't have been counted as a goal. And this person has let in tons of goals, albeit we play differently, and she's had a lot more action than I did this whole season, so realistically, of course, our numbers are going to be a little different. But overall, like, I seem to stop more goals than her when we practice together and play together, and she doesn't want to be, like, she doesn't seem to want to be a goalkeeper from what I've been informed of. She just casually, like, she plays as one because she has, like, she's been asked to, but she prefers to be on the field. Regardless, we had to share the field, and I was pissed about it because they didn't warn me about it. They didn't tell me, hey, 30 minutes beforehand. I knew she was bringing me gear on the off chance. Yeah, no worries. You're still tired. See me lurk. Perfectly fine. Like, you go ahead and lurk. I'm just having a rant because I'm, like, pissed about it. And I wanted to have a mini rant. So I am. But essentially, I was mad mostly because they didn't tell me. And I've been the keeper for the whole season. And I think I've done a relatively good job, albeit I haven't seen as much action. So I get it in that respect. But at the same time, I'm like, I've been the goalkeeper of this team the whole season, and you haven't felt the need to replace me until now, when it's the finals. You just don't have that kind of faith in me. So essentially, she had, and the way they phrased this was really shit, was they were like, so the person who does better in warm-up will go on the field first. I was like, I stopped more goal. Like, she had more balls hit at her, but I stopped more of them. I let in a couple of simple ones while I was still, like, warming up, but she was the one who went on first. I was like, cool. And she spent half of the game standing watching the ball, because they're always better in the first half, so they never see the ball. So I was like, whatever. Didn't sort anything. She just stood there, and then I sat here on the sidelines doing fuck all, except being mad. And then they, like, switched us at halftime after asking me, hey, are you good to go on? Like, are you in the right headspace? And I was like, yeah, I want to fucking go on. I want to go on at the beginning of the game, but you apparently don't see the value in me. So I, like, went on at halftime, and then I stopped a bunch of goals. And I was like, cool, great. I'm glad I, like, showed my worth. And we won 3-0. I know that my teammates are like, we don't want you to see the ball. Understandable. I know I'm the goalkeeper. You don't want the goalkeeper to see the ball, but I did. I saw the ball. And I'm just like, what did this prove? What did this achieve? Nothing. So essentially, like, I saw the ball, I stopped a bunch of goals. We didn't go into a shootout, which is essentially, if you've never seen a shootout, I can actually show a shootout. They're intense. They're like a level of intensity that's terrifying. And I've been in 6 over my time. Like, I've been a goalkeeper like, since 2009. So it's going on 10, like 11 years, I think. So, because it's 2021, I started in 2009, so you add 2 years to 2011 plus 10. Yeah, I've been a goalkeeper for 11 years. Going on 12 years. And you'd think, like, albeit I don't dive, where it's just like where you launch yourself at the ground to like stop the ball from the ground. I do more standing, and I get that it can be useful to dive occasionally, but I'm also like, it's not the be all and end all of being a goalkeeper. There is more to being a goalkeeper than that. So I'm just mad about it. I'm just overall pissed about it. I'm not gonna I should talk to the coach about it and be like, I feel like because you did this, you were undervaluing me, and you're taking advantage of me as like a player. And the fact you didn't give me a heads up beforehand shows that you don't, it makes me feel like you don't respect me as like a person on the team. If you imagine, you walking up to, I understand, for most of the players, not telling them, hey, you're gonna have to share this position with someone else, but I'm the only player that typically does not leave the field. We don't, tap at halftime, we don't, switch over during the game. I'm in a full kit, I have to get dressed, I have to be there at least 30 minutes beforehand, dressed, warmed up to go on the field. It takes a bit more effort. And I think that I deserve to be at least told, hey, we're gonna switch you out at 30 minutes. Have a second person, because she brought the gear, was fully dressed to go on the field as a field player, and just for, in case of the penalty shootout, to get kitted up. And the coach decided to, have us take turns, and me do one half and her do the other half. I have no fucking idea why, but all it made me think is, so she doesn't think I'm good enough as a keeper to be on this team. I'm not good enough now for this team? Cool. Great. Good to know that that's your opinion of me. So that's where my, head is now, and I'm excited that we got into the grand final. It's what I wanted, for us to win as a team together. And I'm I want to win. I want to finish the season on a high, because we're the minor premiers. And then next season I'm trying it for a different team. Because if this is the way she's going to be, and if she's going to do this to me again, if this happens again next season, what's the fucking point in playing, honestly? And I'm a lawn gnome most games. I don't really do anything, which, yeah, I know is the goal for the goalkeeper to be bored, but there's so many games this season that I just don't see the ball. There's a difference between, having the ball come near the circle and then not seeing it a bunch, but it's there's games where it wouldn't even get in our half. My half of the field. We just shouldn't have been in that division. We should have been in a higher division, but they put us in the lower division. Oh well. We're one of the teams in the finals. Hooray. My club has 4 of 7 teams in the grand finals on the women's side. I don't know about the men's or the kids or the juniors, but in the women's turf. That's how many we have, which is woo, excellent, hooray. I don't know. It just sucks when that kind of thing happens, you know? It's having a group assignment where you're working on it with a bunch of people, and then suddenly, and you're given this one role inside the group assignment by your teacher, and then suddenly she pulls someone else from the group aside and goes, hey, can you actually split this with this other person, because they also know about this topic. Even though they had a completely other role that they're now being taken off of to share it with you, but everyone else still has their role. It's essentially like that. It's exactly like that. And I'm allowed to be mad about it and hurt. I think it's mostly hurt. The mad part was for during the game. Now it's just hurt. And I nearly, got up and left. I nearly walked out, because she asked me if I wanted to go on, and I was of course I want to go on at the second half, and I was if I'd said no, would you have just not did she consider just not putting me on the field and having Jess play the whole thing? Was that something she was considering? this other person, and like there's nothing wrong with the other person. My anger is not with them because they didn't cause this scenario. They did not like ask for it. They seemingly don't want to be doing it. Like they dressed to go and play on the field. Their family were there to watch them play, and they didn't touch the ball. They didn't get anywhere near it, and I'm pretty sure that that would have pissed them off on some like greater level. But me personally, I was just like, dude, why am I not on the field? Like I was so mad. So mad. It's just, it angers me when that kind of thing happens to other people. It pissed me off when it happened to me, and it's like a final straw for me when it comes with this, because this kind of thing happened last year. Not last year with like, but yeah, was it last year? Was 2020? Yes, last year was 2020. So like, oh no, hockey, yeah. So last year we had COVID, of course, but before COVID we'd done our trials, and for the first time ever we had goalkeeper trials, apparently. Hey Jessa, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I'm just having a rant about the bullshit with my hockey. And so like, we had the trials for the first time ever. Several goalkeepers of the club were like, we've never had these before, ever. And they'd been there for years. So we had these goalkeeper trials, and essentially what they came down, because they couldn't make up their minds about a couple of the positions for goalkeepers. So they were making the Division 3 goalkeeper split goalkeeping with another keeper, because they apparently couldn't make up their mind. That keeper ended up going into twos because the person who was doing the goalkeeping in Division 2 like disappeared. I have no idea who they were. They kapoofed. And the Division 1 goalkeeper briefly came back and then left again. So there was that whole kerfuffle. We had someone who was in fives who ended up leaving. Well, no, they ended up getting injured, so the Division 4 keeper had switched with them and then ended up having to do both teams for the remainder of the season. It wasn't a long season because of COVID. And then I was in sixes. So they initially did the trials, and the way they did it was they put all of these new players, so we had all these new players in one team, right? And then we had all of the players from my old team, plus all the good players from the trials, and they put all of them into a separate team, and then the only person from my old team who wasn't put into that team was me. I was placed on the other team with with one of our other players, who ended up quitting after finding out that this is what happened. Like, rage quit, had a hissy fit, and like left, and hasn't come back to play turf since, except one time when they couldn't find a keeper and they filled in on the other team as the keeper. Like, that is the only time that that's ever happened. I was just like, I was pissed. I was livid at the time because I wasn't blaming the other keeper. The other keeper was perfectly lovely. Me and them became friends. I'm friends with them on Facebook. They're a perfectly lovely human who lives on the other side of the world and was only going to be here for 8 months. So their reasoning they gave me was they wanted the team I got placed on to have a consistent keeper throughout the whole season. And I went, that is the most bullshit response for it ever. I would understand if they'd split the team in half and put half of the team on each team, and then half of the team on each team would be the lower people. But no, they gave this person, the coach, like full picking rights, and she picked all the players she wanted, and then picked this other keeper. And so after COVID, I wasn't given a very clear response about who would be goalkeeping on the team, because there was only one team at this point. We were a combination of the two teams, because all these people had left or couldn't afford to play or whatever. And it wasn't until the week before the game that it came out, because even though the girl was coming to training and was training with us and coming to stuff with us, she wouldn't be playing because she had to go home, and she was doing a bit of travel because her job had ended here. So there was like a whole list of things that were like going on with that. But she didn't think it was important enough to tell me that this was what was going to be the case, that I was going to be like taking over the full goalkeeping roles, even though I was only getting half of the goalie practice because I was splitting it with this other keeper who was perfectly lovely. Me and her got on along very well while she was here. We weren't like best friends. Like, but we got along. We had fun chats. It was nice to have a goalkeeper to chat with. I've always gone along fairly well with a lot of goalkeepers. Like other goalies. But yeah, I was just like, I was really mad about it when it happened, to the point that our first and only game we played that season before COVID hit was against them. So my team was going up against them, and I made it my goal to try and stop as many goals of theirs as possible. Like, don't get me wrong, I want to stop all goals, but like it was my mission to make sure to prove to them, hey, you can't get goals by me. I'm actually a good keeper. Just because you haven't seen my skills because you guys are good defenders does not mean I'm a bad keeper. So this team had been together mostly for like the full time with like some really good players that came into it, which is basically the team I played with this year. We've got a couple of new players that came in from a higher division, but basically the same. And essentially, we like they weren't really able to score. They scored 1 or 2 goals. I stopped most of their attempts, as you can see, but they did win by like a couple of goals because you can only stop so many before eventually one gets in if they have enough tries. And they had a lot of tries a goal because it was a new team together, and our coach sucked. Our coach was so awful, he made like a couple of hockey players consider quitting hockey, myself included. I was like, do I really want to keep playing with this bastard? Because he was so mean. Like, he was nice enough off the field and talking with, like, as a person, but as a coach itself, he sucked. He was not a fun coach. You know, the kind of, because he mostly dealt with, like, children. And so children are a little different to teaching, like, grown women, because we have, like, opinions and don't just auto-accept everything you say and won't just, like, be cool with whatever. We, like, actually need a reason for a lot of things and, like, actually be practicing and doing certain skills and practices, and it just wasn't happening. And so, like, a bunch of us just kind of lost it. Like, he's the reason one of the goalkeepers switched teams was to get away from him. Because after COVID happened, he got switched to a different team to coach because the coach for that team, like, disappeared as well. And so it was like we switched teams, and it was just like, great. Hooray. So happy for you. Like, it was not a good time. It was an all-around bad time. I have zero interest in ever running into him again. And, like, apart from, like, a random casual chat, maybe. But apart from that, I was just like, it was a sucky situation to get placed in. It was a sucky, like, thing to have happen. To be, like, basically just, like, the person pick last for kickball. Essentially, that was what was going on. And then this season, I turned down going into the higher division because they asked me if I wanted to go into the higher division along with, like, 2 other players because they needed the players. And they asked me, I was like, you know what, no, I'm fine being in, like, I want to be with my teammates, you know, one more time, because we've been in the grand final, like, this is our 3rd time going into the, third time in the grand final, but 4th time in the semifinals, going up against, like, the whole division, like, obviously, and we were minor premiers 2 years ago, and we lost in the grand final by, like, a penalty shootout. And so I understand my coach being a little concerned about the penalty shootout. I really do. I honestly understand that. But I don't understand, like, her behavior this past game of just being like, hey, sorry you rocked up, like, 30 minutes ago, and, like, we're all up here chatting, like, far away in the grandstand, but, like, surprise, you have to share the game with this other goalkeeper. No, don't get me wrong, it was probably a blessing that she went on first and I went on second because the first half was so boring and I would have been so pissed if, like, I had gotten the first half and then in the second half I hadn't been able to stop the goals I did when my teammates typically get more tired because they, like, you get tired from running, and it's not a diss against them. I understand that, like, I've been on the field, like, running. It is tiring, and doing the amount of running that they do, you would obviously get exhausted faster. I'm not dissing their, like, skills. They're very skilled hockey players. But at a certain point in the game, you start to get tired. Like, you legitimately are just like, I feel fucked. I don't want to run the extra, like, 2 meters to pick up a ball. You'll see, like, a ball get passed, and the person will be like, oh, it's coming to me. I'll let the ball, like, arrive at my stick. And then someone will just, like, zip in front of you, get the ball, and run for it with the ball. And you're like, oh, fuck. I gotta run the thing down now. And you're tired, and, like, you make more mistakes, because when you're tired, you make more mistakes. It's not a diss. I'm not, like, putting them down. It just happens. As you get more tired, you make more mistakes. It's a fact of sport. It's a fact of reality. And it just happens. And so, when they get to the second half, a lot of the time they've done a lot of their running. Sometimes they will make mistakes, but in the first half when they're not as tired, they're able to essentially get up off the mark and fight for the ball a lot more because they're not as tired. In the second half, and it was so hot today, it was really hot. I know because I was in kit and under the shade for half of it, and then the other half was on the field. And even in the shade, I was getting tired. And I'm like, look, I get it. It was an exhausting game, and normally on those kind of hotter games, some of the more like pro teams will actually have 2 goalkeepers to sub out. Like they'll have someone to like help out with like the other half of the game, and you'll pick which half you want the sub goalie to be in. But we're not a pro like thing. We're the bottom division in the minor premiers of our division. Like we don't need it. And she was only supposed to bring the kid along to do the penalty shootout, but she wanted her warmed up, and she didn't do anything in the first half. So I'm like, I'm preparing myself mentally for on Wednesday when they do this bullshit again, because I know that she's going to, because she was so successful with it the first time. And she like, or maybe she'll just like message me like, hey, don't come to the final at all. We've got this other keeper. I'm like, what's the fucking point in that? I just don't get it. I could rage about it, but the grand final hasn't happened yet. The training hasn't happened yet. I don't blame the other keeper for any of this. I literally don't. I'm mad at my coach, and I'm like, what the hell was, like, could I have done more to, like, change this? I have no idea. But here we are. So, I will find out in some point in the future if there's actually something I could have done to change this, and currently I don't think there is. Regardless of that, I had to have my nice little rant about hockey. The game went fairly well. They did get tired in the second half, like they really did. You could tell at a certain point that they were getting exhausted, because when someone gets exhausted, they change from being like pushes with like dribbling and passing to just whacking and hitting the ball and seeing how far away they can get it towards another teammate. And there was a lot more of that in like the second half of the second half, if that makes sense. So like the first 15 minutes were fine, but the last 15 they started to do that a lot for like 5 to 10 minutes. And I know this because I started to see the ball more, because they would hit the ball up, it'd get to the fullbacks on the other team, and they'd whack it back into our like 20, near our 25, and it'd be picked up by the forwards from the other team, and they'd try and run it in. They had like 5 or 6 attempts at goal that I had to stop. There was a couple more that like the fullbacks had to stop at the top of the circle, and then there was a couple more like in the 25. We had like 3 or 4 penalty corners in my end, so we had a lot more action on my side in the second half when they didn't get anywhere near the circle except to like occasional like hit the ball out in the first half. So that's where like the difference is. And it's not a diss. Like, it happens. It's just a matter of they got tired, these, like, mistakes happened, and that's all there is to it. It's nothing else. I know that when I'm tired, I'll sometimes look at a ball coming towards me in training, and I'm like, do I need to stop it? Like, it's going out. I'll watch it dribble out, and I'm like, I'm not moving for that. Like, you're not worth it. Because sometimes your teammates will like hit a ball and it misses, and you can see that it's going out. You can like see where the goalposts are, and you're like, the goalpost is here, and the ball, its angle is so it's going out here, and you just like watch it, and you're like, the fuck am I moving for? Like, I'm not going for that. That thing's going out. Like, bye. I'll see you on the other side. And you just like let the thing go out, and you're like, cool, done. Achieved. Goals achieved. And I'm like, hooray. So I just like let that stuff go, but I'm kind of annoyed because I'm like, I don't want them to do this to me again at the grand final. I'd be like, starting lineup is to be decided by warm-up. Tee-hee. Like, I'm not good enough. And I'm like, I've been here the whole season. The only reason she's allowed to do this and we didn't get approval is because she's one of our teammates from the whole season who plays on the field and was in a field position. So normally you have to get approval to get a player in who's not from your team, but they didn't have to because she's on our team. But she's a field player on our team, and she's a goalkeeper on the team that lost. Came 5th. So they just missed out on the semifinal. They had to get like 29 goals near the end of the season in order to qualify because of like the goal difference. or they would have had to win a couple more games, and they just weren't there. They just didn't quite have it. There's only 8 teams in our division, and we like repeatedly played the same couple of teams, and so the same couple of teams would just eviscerate you. Not us, but like some of the like younger or less experienced teams, they would just eviscerate them in the early round, and so it happened. There's a team we went up against that lost 13-0. I didn't see the ball at all. It didn't come anywhere near me. But they were missing their 2 fullbacks. And they're missing a couple other players. And they were, like, really down. We had our full team that week. And our team had played together for, like, 2 to 4 years, depending on, like, who you asked. And who was the connecting thing. So they knew how to play with each other. And so we just, like, defeated them. I felt really bad for it, because I was like, guys, this sucks. So whenever, like, a score gets too high, I feel bad for the other team. But regardless, we won the semifinal. We're going into the grand final on Wednesday of all days. So I had to get time off work because of the time when the game is. It's just special. It's just a level of special. Anyways, so today the plan is to fix 2 emotes, and make a couple more sub-badges that I don't need until years from now, but I was like, fuck it, I've got the ideas for them, I kind of want to make them. It's that, or I will make a couple of, when I get there I'll decide, it's that or I'll make a couple of emotes that I'm planning for gnomes. Like, I want to make a couple of gnome emotes and put them on BTTV. Or we're going to make an overlay. So there's a couple of stream-related things that we can do. See, normally, like, my past ones, I've actually, like, got a plan for what I'm doing with them. But then there's other ones, like this one, where it's like, oh, that's just a picture of a bear as a cupcake. And then, like, other ones that there's, like, nothing. Like, the page is, like, just blank. So I'm like, cool. So the other option is I might also make the bit emotes while I'm thinking over, like, what kind of brownie, like, what the brownie should look like. So it's gonna be a fun little mystery, but I hope everyone is having a good day, and enjoyed my, like, rant, essentially, my like, special rant of just, like, what the hell that was, because I was very mad. So this is currently the, like, nom emote, and I'm like, I want to change its mouth, the mouth of the bear, to be, like, something, like, more, like, because you see, just something better, because I'm like, this isn't helping, like, because I don't know what this is supposed to look like. I was like, I want it to look like he's eating the fish, but it really doesn't. And I think I attached, like, so this is the eyes, cheeks, and that, but it's just the coloring, the actual outline. So there's some of the outline is here, and thankfully the other part is here. So it's part of this outline, thankfully. So we're gonna see if I like this better. Some of the outline, that's some of it, and then most of it is here. So I'm actually gonna redraw the actual facial features on its own, like, layer. This one. What is on this one? Yeah, there's basically nothing on that one. We're gonna make it its own, like, layer. Because I'm just like, no. It needs to be, like, its own separate entity, essentially, because I want to make it obvious that you're eating. I actually moved the text up here. I'm like, this is just too dark for some, like, dark mode. It's just too dark. And I also gotta fix up the ears. Because I like the look of this bear, but I'm just like, something about it needs to be different. So we're changing it. We're changing and altering this bear, because it needs to happen. You know when you, like, look at something and you're like, yeah, it's cool, but it could be better. It could have improvements. So that's essentially what is happening today. The improvements. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna first draw over that. Because I might make the words nom, like, a light blue. You know, just, like, stand out a bit better, because it'll still stand out on, like, because everything else is very, like, dark and muted. If you can't notice, it's all, like, dark browns, like, kind of goldeny color, like, gray. none of it's like super vibrant. I did briefly debate like changing the color of the Viking hat to something else, but I was like, what would I change to? I was even looking at like Viking armor. I was like, cool, Viking armor is like really cool. I could like change up the kind of armor, which, you know, could in theory. That is something to look at, because I might actually like do that. But in the meantime, it's just like, what can be done about this like facial feature? Because I feel like it's the problem. Like this is the main one. The mouth is too small. The fish looks, I was told the fish looked kind of like an organ, like the bear was eating an organ, and I was like, come on, it's not an organ, it's a fish. You know where you're like, no, don't be mean to my like thing. I also briefly considered changing the eye shape of the bear to like circular, because like you would assume like bear, circular, it makes sense, right? Because most of the animals have like circular eyes, and I'm like, you know, we'll try this, and if I don't like it, I'll change the eyes to circular, because it's not that big a deal to like change an eye shape. But yeah, I also like, I have to make a new hum, like, you know, like like emote. So essentially what we're gonna try and do is like make this mouth more accentuated to make it look like a nom, like you're like So it'll also involve like changing the coloring for the bear, or rather just like adding a color layer. The fish itself, I think I'll look up salmon as like a, you know, because you look up like pictures of stuff and you're like, oh yeah, that's great inspiration for this thing, and I'm like, yeah, well, what color is salmon? Because I picked a red salmon that I wanted it to like look like, right? But it just looks weird, honestly, and I'm like, should I do a gray salmon instead? Like gray with like a fully gray fish with like a stripe of pink in it, because that's like the most common kind of one. But the red one was like sockeye. Like the sockeye salmon is like a bright red, because I'm trying to, but I think that's like, because I was trying to do one from like north, like the area that I'm originally from, near Seattle, but I don't think sockeye is from there. I'm pretty sure it's like a gray one that's from like that area, so I might actually like change it to a gray fish, because I'm like, I just wanted it to stand out. That's essentially all it was. I wanted it to like stick out a little bit, which is why I picked that coloring of the fish, but I can always try a different coloring and see if I like that more. Let's see. So this one will have to be here above the eyes and cheeks, but below the coloring of and above the coloring of the bear. So let's see. Mouth coloring. And this one is, this will be fish coloring 2. Because like, look at this nom. I've tried multiple colors with it, and I'm just like, I'm not happy with any of them. So let's see. Facial features outline. Yeah, because this like bear nose thing is that little white bit that's on the nose. Let's see. Most of the outline. It's like, it's most of the outline. You're like, yeah, cool. So happy for you. Now we're gonna get rid of that. Because this way we're filling in the outline of what the actual eye is going to be on my main layer. So let's see, facial features. Because that's like the key problem, is like you got to make sure it all still like matches up and like doesn't look weird and like odd. Because that's part of the problem. You got to make sure it's properly colored in. You know? And you'll be like drawing, you're like, oh yeah, this is great. And then you like draw over something on the wrong layer. And you're just like, what happened here? Like, why did this go away? And you're just like, oh, that's why it went away. I, like, did the coloring on the wrong layer. Excellent. What I'd always dreamed of. You know, some people dream of, like, having a horse. I dream of, inaccurately coloring in the wrong layer. I'll color that as like pink. You would be terrible at this. I mean, it's all in practice. You know, like, you should see one of my, like, first drawings. Like, it's not good. One of the first ones I did digitally with these, like, emotes, and I was just like, oh, that's an interesting, like, color choice I made there. That was a fun choice, because I like the line colors. It's I actually have like a picture, so I'll show you. So this, yeah, so like it was some of these ones that are like the choices. Let's see, there was this one here. It's just like, what was I thinking with the, like, the coloring of the hair in this one? And I made myself so pale. What program? Krita. It's free. Like, it's Krita. It's literally free. It's like a free, so that you can, there's two versions of it. The first one is free. The second one is not free. And the only difference between the two is the not free one will like automatically update for you whenever there's an update. The other one, the free one, you have to like update it yourself. So whenever there's a new patch or a new version, you have to go into the website and install it yourself. That's the only difference. It's like $8 if you want to like not like have convenience. There's also, I know a couple of people who have a lot of experience with like Clip Art Studio and those ones. They use like Sai. It's SAI, like paint something. I've seen a lot of artists using it because it apparently has a lot of similarities to like clip art and that. I actually have clip art. I got it with, so I got a 2-year free subscription with this tablet. So it was like, cool. Free software. And I got a trial of 2 other softwares that I'm like, they're cool and everything, but I don't really like need them. I swear the eye is too close. The eye is like now too close. So this is how I can fix the eyes now. Because if I don't like them, I can change them at this point, because they're on a separate backing. Actually, like, early on, I'd be, like, drawing, and it would just be like, cool, we're gonna put everything on the same layer. You wanna know why? So that way when I go to edit something, or, like, remove something, I get this fun moment of just watching, like, everything, like, go away. And all at once, and have to, like, redo everything. So that's why you gotta use the layers over here. These ones over here, and label them. So you don't like put stuff that like, see when you like, it's like invisible. So that's all the stuff that was actually on that layer. And look at the stuff that's not on that layer. There's like random bit of the ears here on these two and down here, and like random bits of like the helmet. Just like rando parts of it. And I'm like, why? So it's like some of the outline. And then, like, you do this, and it's like, cool, nothing really changed there, excellent, but, like, it makes absolutely no sense to me. And so you'll have, like, this is some of the outline, and it's like, it's the fish. So I want to get rid of the ear bit up here, and this part down here, which I'm actually going to do that part now, but, like, this, so it's just the fish, so this is, like, just the fish outline, so I don't have to worry about it being anything else, and then have this as, like, everything else. So I'm just, like, baffled about, like, how I did some of it before. But, like, this is the other reason you do it is, like, layers, is so then you can, like, casually just, like, erase stuff you're not down with. You're like, oh, yeah, no, I'm just gonna, like, change the shape of the eye so it's, like, a circle. Because I think I'm actually gonna try that. And then you can be like, oh, yeah, no, I prefer it as a circle. And then you just have, like, to erase it. So this white coloring over here, I did it partially on one layer and partially on another. Just for funsies. So when I go to erase it, on, like, multiple ones, I have to, like, find the right color for the rest of the area, and then just, like, use that to erase it. Just for the fun of it. But you can also, like, change the opacity of, like, the stuff you add on. So be like, see the eraser I'm using? You can change the opacity, and then, like, it only takes away part of it. Which is, like, really cool, and that's the same with, like, drawing. So, like, opacity down here, and you take the color blue, and it's like, why is it black? So like here's the color, like this like deep blue, and you color it and it's like, ooh, pretty, and then it's like down here and I'm like, oh, nice. So yeah, it's just like whatever you want, or you can be like, I just want like a lighter black. It's super easy, and it's like easy to get through, and it actually comes with a really detailed website with everything you could possibly want. Like, let's see, it's got, yeah, here it is. So this is their website, essentially. And it's got everything on it. It's got like how you get started creating documents using all the tools. It's got like every single tool you could need. Plus you can make animated emotes with it. Like animations with it. You can like make animations like it's an actual like thing. And it's like super detailed instructions on like how to do it, how to alter it, like what the tools you might need are, like all that stuff. So it's like all of it is very detailed, and then after all that, it's still got like frequently asked questions. Like it's super like detailed. And then you can like contribute manual stuff to it, like they've contributor manuals, which is everything you need to know to help out with Krita. If you like wanted to help, and other resources for like brushes, like ideas, all this stuff. So useful, so good. It's just very helpful, honestly. Because they're made it as an open source for like artists. So it's open source for just anyone to use. And they're like, yeah, we made it, go use it. But yeah, that's the only difference between like versions, is like there's the free version and then there's the like pay for it version, which is, I think it's like $8 on Windows, like the Microsoft store, if you want to just like have it update for you. I genuinely don't care about that kind of thing, because I'm like, oh no, an update, and so like eventually I'll check in and be like, oh yeah, cool, it has an update, excellent, and then I'll update it. But I'm not the kind of person who like regularly goes out of my way to be like, you know what I need to do today? I need to like update all my software and just do it. Like I literally like logged into Steam last week and it was just like, oh hey, so you've got like 12 games that need an update. You just like haven't been here for like a couple of months, but all of your games need to update. And I was like, oh, it's almost like you know me, that I hate updates, so you waited for me? That's so sweet. And it just like had like 2 hours of updates. just for the fun of it. Yeah, so I let it update. I went and made some food and I was like, fine, cool. This is what I get for opening up Steam right before I go on stream. 2 hours of updates. So I was like 2 hours late because I was like, my internet is gonna hate me if I try and do this while it's downloading. So yeah, fun. Very few people have my Steam information, so they can't like gift me games. There's only a couple people I know who have it. I literally have like 5 friends on Steam, maybe. So let's see if we can find the eyeball coloring. So this is the eyes. Is that the full eyeballs, cheeks? Okay, cool. So this is why I'm glad I did a smart cookie thing here, and was like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna just put the eyes and the cheeks coloring on like a separate layer. Because the odds are is we're gonna need to erase it. And that's what I needed. I was like waiting for the moment of like, gotcha. You know what you needed to do? You needed to like erase all these things, but what you actually did was you put it all on the same layer. Like that was like my panic moment of like, oh no, not again. Because I did that. I was trying to edit something, like coloring wise, and I realized I put every single layer for that coloring on like all of the coloring for the entire picture. I'd made it on the same layer instead of on several layers. Is this most of the outline? Yeah, this is the one that's most of the outline. We're just gonna put a line here because that's bugging me, that I can see the hat, like the hat coloring. And over here. So I think that's where like the 2 little bits of the hat came in. She's like, here's the hat. Yeah, so it was just like, what's happening with this? Like, why is it that I had to put every single possible color all in this area? Okay, we're gonna make it white again, because I want to put a little dot here and a little dot here. Cool. Do I like this more or less? I don't know. You're off to bed now. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks for sharing the print. Yeah, no worries. Like, so I actually bought this tablet for, if, like, in case you don't already have one, I got it for 120 from JB Hi-Fi. They still have them. It's like the size of my face. So it's not that big, but it, like, gets the job done. There's also, like, really cheap ones on, there's one that's, like, XP Pen Deco something, that I was looking at. And it's, so I'll just, like, quickly show you before you go. Let's see. I know it's in, I think it's in streaming. And it was just, like, also, like, a cheapo, like, art, like, tablet. Yeah, here it is. So it's just, like, it's a little bit more expensive than the other one, but it's got really good reviews as well. So in case you, like, don't have a tablet, you can also draw with pen, like, with your mouse. So it'll, like, it has mouse capabilities. It's fine if you don't want to, like, get something like this. This is, like, a pretty good, like, basic one, I've been told. Because it's got a lot of the same functions as the Wacom's, like, tech. It just doesn't come with any, like, extra programs, as far as I'm aware. So yeah, like, that's another, like, alternative in case you wanted one. But yeah, so, like, Krita, free, open source, KRITA, really good for making your own, like, stuff. I would recommend watching, there's this video I saw that was, like, how to design emotes on YouTube, and they actually went through, like, the sizing you need, like, some good tips for, like, making basic stuff, when it comes to that kind of thing. So, like, if you don't have any idea with what you want to do with, like, drawing on it, that's always, like, a good possibility. Now I need to decide if I absolutely despise... Why am I drawing in white? It's because I always have the pen on. Oh, brother. Okay. I can't decide if I hate these eyes or not. You know, we're gonna make them bigger and decide if it's the size that I despise. And if it is, I'll just redraw them. Okay, cool. We're gonna make you bigger. Nope, that's the wrong layer. Excellent. I need to be on the eyes. Is it the eyes? No, it's the facial features. I didn't actually know I could just do that with one layer. You ever have that moment where you're like, oh, so that was a thing I could do. Brilliant. Excellent. Glad that was a thing I didn't know I could do, but I can now do. Do I prefer that? Select. Deselect. I mean, I don't like it with the way the white looks right now, because the white looks creepy. It's like, hey, you only want half of your pupil? Brilliant. We can give you that. All it takes is $9.95. And the blood of an innocent. So, like... Is the eye too big? Cool, thank you. I don't have a tablet. We'll need to think about how often I would use it. I did a painting today. I prefer messing around. Yeah, like, no worries. I'm just like, if it's something that you want to do regularly, like digital art, these are pretty expensive ones for you to get. Like, really simple, very inexpensive. It's an option. But if not, then, like, Krita is still fine to use with mouse pad. You can still do it with mouse pad. Like, you just, like, you just don't have as much, like, realistic drawing as you would with, like, the digital pad. That's the only, like, you just have to accept that you'll have to probably do a bit more work with it when it comes to, like, with a mouse pad. But it's still perfectly plausible. So, that's the good thing about it. I don't know if I, like, prefer this eye with, like, being huge. We're gonna change both eyes. Make them massive together, and I'll decide if I hate it. You know? You never have that moment where you're like, I don't hate it, but it looks ugly. You have that moment, and you're just like, we're gonna decide now if I despise it. Okay. Obviously on the wrong layer. I like though that I don't have to reselect. I can just pick the different layer I want it for, and I'll be like, oh yeah, you actually wanted this one? Cool, we can do that for you. It's totally possible. Deselection. Select. Deselect. Yeah, I would definitely prefer a tablet if I was to use it. Maybe a little smaller. Yeah, no worries. Like, this one is only the size of, like, a tiny drawing tablet, like, book. Like, it's essentially almost the same size as, like, a tiny I think this is a... What size is this? A5? So it's the size of an A5 sheet of paper. So I think this is the small one, and it fits, like, just perfectly on my desk, but yeah. No worries. Oh, the eye, right. Thank you. Whew. It's just because it's so tiny. Like, it's an emote. So it's, like, it's gonna be super small. Like, image-wise, scale image, new size, it'll be 72 by 72. So, like, it'll be, like, this tiny on the screen. Like, you're not gonna see, like, the fuck up I'm doing. So I'm trying to make it, like, big enough that, like, you can see the fact it has eyes. So I'm like, the tiny might be the better choice to go with, just for, like the big one. Because you just couldn't see their eyes. You just couldn't. That's why I'm, like, changing the size of all this to make it a little bit bigger. Unless, like, what the hell is happening. So... Because if it was, like, normal... But I don't want to look weird. So, yeah. Yeah. I think this might be the way to go. I'm going to fill in the rest of the side because that's going to annoy me. But thank you. Thank you for, like, listening to my, like, essential breakdown of, like, oh, yeah, I should probably make my eyes look less weird. Probably. Weird, like, is the eyes weird? Who knows? I don't. Because this is fixing up... This is the tier 3 emote no one has, and no one will Is it tier 3 or tier 2? Yeah, it's this one. This is where it started out, tier 2. And everyone's like, it looks like an organ. So I put nom in front of it, and I'm like, no, we're changing it. It's happening. Anyways, you have a lovely sleep, because I know that it's late for you as well. But I'm officially a degen streamer. I've accepted it. You're here now. I think a little dark red. And then, like, dark red. You know what? We gotta get rid of this fish for a moment. Fish. Where is the rest of the fish? What layer is it on? Coloring a bear? It's not with that. It's not. It's part of the outline? You gotta be kidding me. You know what? I don't even care. We're doing this, and then we'll fix whatever the hell's happening with that fish. Ignore me. Okay, we're on the right layer. Because I'm not making this part of the rest of the bear. It's just part of this part of the bear. That's the thing. You gotta make sure it's not all mixed up. It doesn't need to look crazy. Facial features. Nope. Black. But yeah, it was just like, today was one of those like days where you're just like, you want it to be, you want it to be over. You're like, you wake up and you're like, this was a day I was excited and anxious for today. And then the day actually happened, and the bullshit of hockey that I'm officially gonna stop talking about. I'm gonna stop talking about the bullshit of hockey now, because I need to stop talking about it because I'm just a little too annoyed about it. I'm sure I'll get over it maybe in like a year, but I'm like, I just want us to win so then I can just move on with my day. You ever have those moments where like you just want to like get whatever victory is needed and then just like internally piss off and be like, yep, cool, peace, you achieved your dreams, goodbye. And so I'm like, I just want to achieve this dream with this team, because it's not that I don't like playing with them. I enjoy like playing with them and spending time with them, but more and more recently I've just kind of felt a way about some things. So I'm like, like just minor stuff when it comes to like, am I being seen as like a valuable asset, or am I being seen as like, you know, not contributing at all? You ever have those moments where you're like, am I seen as contributing? This whole mouth doesn't need to be red, honestly. It's just, no. Yeah, we're gonna erase this tiny bit down here. Is that part of this? No, that's part of the fish coloring. Jesus. So it's gotta be there. Do I want like an extra tongue to be the different color? You know? No. That's the erase button. No erasing here. This is not the land of erasure. This is the land of, do I want to have a tongue that's like pink? Like has essence of pink on it. When it's like, there's a pink fish. But I'm making the fish silver. You know? It's like I'm making the fish like silver. So should it matter that I'm having like a pink tongue? Because I don't know. Fish coloring, go away. You know, you're just like, does it need to be this like level of brightness, this level of color? Also, I found out that like now the Haas bots, they're now like going with like host and like Haas winner. I found one the other day and it was just like Haas winner, and I was like, no. It was like I wasn't live. I hadn't been like shouted out by anyone, because like if I'm shouted out by someone and I know I've been shouted out and I see someone like follow, I'm like, oh, okay, cool, they must have come from that place, especially if I'm there, because usually people only do shout outs if the streamer is actually there. So I like, if I'm there and they're like, yeah, we like did this, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, good to know, you guys are heathens, thank you so much for being supportive, and you're like, yeah, cool, glad I know now where it came from. Okay, we're gonna do essence of black in this case. It's like mouth, because honestly, it does not need to be this bright, you know? Like, I get having some red, like, visible, because, you know, mouth. But, like, it's still a mouth that, like, isn't a fridge. This was a conversation I had with a friend of mine years ago. And it was like, you're not a fridge, dude. And she was like, but what if they say, I'm like, no. You're still not a fridge. So this color, so this is only the fish, but it's also the coloring of the fish. So we're gonna erase the coloring of the fish from this, because it's gonna drive me a little bananas. Being like, oh yeah, where's the coloring? And it's like, oh yeah. Okay. This is just the fish coloring we're doing. None of this, nothing else. Thank you. Just the fish. Because I want this to just be the outline of the fish. You know where you look at something and you're like, okay, cool, and then you forget that you've done both the outline and the coloring of the item at the same time, and you're like, god damn it, what did I do? I don't know what else is included in this, so there's that. And the facial features. It's just the fish. So we're getting rid of these top of the ears, because, like, that's gonna just tick me off. So bye. Whatever that's done to you, we'll fix it. Fish coloring. Okay, we're on the fish coloring. Because I'm just like, why did we need this, like, greater... Like, you can tell these are from my early days, because I've done the fish coloring, the layering, all a little special. Like, it's on multiple layers, it's like, there's multiple designs. It's all not good. Why did I erase that down here? Again, what happens that causes this? Okay, mouth down here. Don't need to be that big. You just go back down here. Cool, colored. This is like the tedium part where it's like, okay, cool, so we just gotta like color in this one section, and it never looks right. Like, the only bright side I have of this is that it's gonna be colored over by like the fish coloring, so like it technically doesn't matter the fact that like it'll look different to the rest of the fish, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm almost tempted just to erase the entire mouth coloring. You know what, let's do it. Let's erase the entire mouth coloring because I'm a dodo bird and wasn't paying attention. Just so I can recolor in this mouth. You know, it's that kind of a day. We're like, okay, fine. I know what I've done. It's fine. It's like I was watching Unbanned. I've become a little addicted to watching people's, like, Unbanned streams. You know, like, because they're such classics where it's, like, stuff that people have done wrong and, like, shit they've said in their chats. And you're like, dude, what made you think that that was a good idea? Like, really, I'll look at some of these unbanned requests and I'm like, these people obviously knew they were gonna get banned. They obviously, like, prepared for the inevitable. Some of these people are like, I know what I did and I don't care. And you're like, dude, what was that? My personal favorite was when it was like, they got banned because of shit they did in other people's streams. So, like, they'd be friends with these other people and the friend would, like, ban them in their chat, and I'd be like, oh, cool, this person is banned in yours, and be like, yeah, they were banned. And then they, like, they'll go to this other person's, like, chat to try and get themselves unbanned. And they just get banned, and it's like, look, if you're banned in this friend of ours chat, they probably have a good reason. And I'm like, how did you think that was gonna go well? What made you think that was gonna go well? Nothing in me thought that that was gonna go well. We're getting rid of the original color of the fish, because the original color is gone. We're going for more of like a silvery color, I think, with this one. So we'll do a darker silver as the base. I actually started to do this recently, like on one of the older, like my newer paintings. I like made a painting level, like a paint level, which was like just the paint. Like just the colors that I was using for stuff. Where is that thing? Most of the outline. Okay, it's part of this. I do not need this bit of the fish. See, this is why I hate when I've done like multiple things on like different layers, because I'm like, oh yeah, it's fine on that like other rando layer. I gotta erase it in here because it shows up. And then you go back and you're like, oh my god, where's the thing? It was like the other day I was trying to like draw wings on this, and it was just like the wings weren't showing up, and I was like, where are they? Like, what happened? So it like turns out the like, is that some of the outline? Okay. We're erasing this bit over here because I know that that's connected. And I couldn't find this thing that I'd just been doing, like just edited. And it turned out it was like on a different layer. And I was like, but why? Why are you on a different layer, like, thing I just dealt with? What's happened? You good? We all G? And they're like, yeah, we're fine. We're just, like, on the wrong layer for what you wanted to do. And I'm like, but why? Oh, is this one here? Yeah, it's here. This is the problem with having so many tabs open, is just, like, stuff gets lost. You know, you're, like, looking and you're like, where the hell did it go? Where did this depart to? So essentially the new fish is a grayer fish. It still has, like, a stripe down the bottom, like, through it. Oh, like, there's, like, a stripe along through the fish. And then, like, a pink kind of stripe down near the bottom. It's like this kind of a one. No, it's a little redder than that. No. I think this is closer to, like, maybe... And it's not a thick stripe, it's like a thin one. It's just near the bottom. And then we gotta do the scalies. This is on the coloring. This is not to be on the coloring. Do you hear me? We're doing the fish scales on a separate layer. Why are we doing the fish scales on a separate layer? Good question. Because what if we stuff up and then we have to erase it? And in the process of having to erase these, like, screw-ups with the fish, you've got to erase the fish coloring. Why is this a big problem, you ask? Well, way back when you added shading to an item, if you add shading to part of a fish and it turns out you've got to erase part of the fish, and the fish, like, still is chilling, like, all good, like, excellent. So glad that all, like, worked out. So glad I had to erase part of the coloring because I needed to erase part of the fish. That's essentially the reality you've placed yourself into, of like, bye fish. Coloring that I've done so well and love. Good riddance. Now I'm just on to the days of this. Another thing I was, like, recently watching was the it was the intern, you know, the one where it's like, two older comedian guys, and they're, like, being interns at Google to, like, because they, like, got let go from their old job, and they're like, that felt good, when they, like, tell their old boss to shove it, because he's trying to get them back into, like, the biz of, like, doing random, like, sellings of things. They're like, no, you fired us, live with your choices. And you're just like, oh, but you're, like, my best guys, like, my best buddies. And you're like, yeah, but you still, like, fired us and abandoned us. Such a bemusing, like, thing. It bemuses me on, like, a greater scale. So opacity, that's too large. So I want to give it, like, a little bit of a shine. Okay, and now we're gonna add back in the like, coloring of the rest of the bear. So is that everything, like, shown? Yeah. So now we gotta fix up the actual bear itself. Why, you ask? Because apparently I'm a dodo bird. So that is just the fish outline. This is entirely just the fish. Fish outline. Cool. Rest of outline. Oh, man. So it's like everything else. And we've got to fix it up to here. Cool. Alrighty. All the way down. But yeah, you can see the difference in coloring that I've had as I've gone through this particular bear. It was more of like a gray color, so I actually made it like this darker gray, like brown color. I don't know what I was thinking with, like, the gray brown color, but I was just like, oh, this is cute, this is cool. And then, like, it was neither cute nor cool, and I was just like, I like the outline, it's just the coloring sucks. So I redid all the coloring for this bear twice. Redid the outline for this bear, I think twice as well. And here we are. We're at the bear. again. That's the thing though, like, stuff can always be improved. Like, it doesn't have to just stay that way. You don't have to be like, oh yeah, I've done it. It's done. Moving on. No, you can go back to it and you can fix things up. You can be like, look, like, it's so I actually was speaking with someone, and their old lecturer at university would actually, for the business school, would actually allow them to redo their assignments. Why, you ask? Well, because that's closer to the real world. Like, if you suck at something and you did poorly, like, if it's not good enough, they'll tell you to redo it. And, like, you have to go back, work on it a bit more, and then bring it back to them. Like, that's something you do in the actual workplace. And so then, like, when you don't do that, like, and then in university, they're like, no, it's a one and done. And you're like, how is this, like, realistic? Like, everyone else. So sometimes, like, you'll find business lecturers will do it, apparently. Like, they'll, like, make it so if you stuff up real bad, you have to, like, redo it again. I know that, like, if you do it repeatedly in the workplace, you do get fired, I imagine. But, like, a one time, like, screwing up, it seems is more of, like, a, yeah, just, like, do it again and bring it back. Like, it's not good enough. You didn't, like, do well enough. Try harder next time. Because that's what you have with projects. If it's not good enough, you try again. So now we gotta fix up the bear. There's, like, coloring. This is why I've started to make, like, a palette of some of these colors. You know, when I'm, like, doing them. So that way I've got something. That way I've got something to go from as, like, a base for each area. I did it with, like, my, like, cupcake. Oh, not cupcake. My ice cream cone. It's, like, because I needed to repeatedly go back and fix up some of the coloring. It's like, you know, it's just something you have to do. You gotta repeatedly go back and fix up the coloring. Because, you know, it's never gonna be, like, perfect the first time. Is it? Going back and trying to get, like, look at this brown color here in this corner. That was kind of the color I originally had for a lot of this area with these ears. It was just, like, this, like, awful, like, browny gray color. Because I was like, yeah, that works. That's fine. For whatever, like, mysterious reason, I thought that was all good. And now I'm just like, no. I went back and I, like, specifically fixed the coloring around those specifically. Because I was like, it's just a no. Like, it's not good enough. Woo. Okie dokie, there's that. This isn't me, or just sometimes if you hear songs so much because you put them on, like, a specific playlist for just something, you're just, like, bopping along and you're like, I am just humming these words on repeat. Nothing else is happening. And you're just like, oh no. There I go, rambling on again. Why am I? It's because I'm in opacity mode. Of course I am. I was like, why is it taking so long for me to, like, color in something basic like this? Oh, I know. Because I'm doing it in opacity. Like a 51%. Because I'm like a dodo bird. And I'm like, screw it. Let's take 4 times as long to color the same area. You know? Do 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 do. I mean, that looks kind of fixed. Albeit there's that red dot, whatever that is. We're fixing that. That's a no. whatever that is. And then we're fixing this little bit of the outline. So, do you not know rest of outline? Yeah, cool. We're fixing this bit of the outline because I don't like whatever that is that it's doing. That's what it's doing. It's hiding the mistake I made with the ear. Excellent. Early on, I would do this thing where I was like, I'd use the lines to hide mistakes I'd made. You know? It's just like casually. That's what I was doing. So I'm gonna use this color. It's a bit much. Excellent. And then over here too. And then what we'll need is a black background. So I can make sure I've erased all the rando lines. I don't know if anyone else does this, but like having a black solid background to put this behind, such a lifesaver. Because you're like, oh, I've got those rando lines chilling there. Because the thing is, you'll notice them once it hits like dark mode. For something, light mode kind of hides a lot of it because it's just like, it's like all part of like a wall of whatever else. The same cannot be said for dark mode, because dark mode's like, oh yeah, you know that one line like over here in the distance you want to pretend didn't exist? Well, here it is. It's in the picture, I can see it, it's front and center, enjoy. And it's like, no, not front and center in the picture. Can it be like off to the side or something? You're like, no. It's gotta be front and center. It's gotta be big. It's gotta be bold. It's gotta be beautiful. And you're like, oh yeah, cool. Glad it was here. Do. Boop. Okay. Oh, pretty. And then I need to change the nom. I think the nom needs to be lighter. Because look at this. Like, I made it this color. I made it red. They both kind of like blend in, honestly. They sincerely do like blend in. It's not like on purpose, it just happens. So we're gonna make this one light blue. Because you're supposed to like save the lighter colors for specific things, and I'm like, this feels like a lighter colors moment. Pencil. Yeah. So we're gonna have a quick look-see with like a lighter color, like a lighter blue, and see if that actually like fixes the issue, you know? Because sometimes just trying a new color, it's like trying a new haircut. You try it, you don't like it, well, your hair grows out eventually. I mean, I do need to fix up the line work. Okay, we're gonna first fix up the coloring around the edges, and then I'll see if I like it in the smaller sizing. Do. Boop. Bum. Nope. But yeah, I don't know. I've been like watching a bit more TV again. I've been like relaxing a little bit. So I'm like, yeah, I could move stream time earlier on certain days, like a little bit. I can move it a little bit earlier. But I'm choosing not to, purely on like I think I need the little bit of time to myself kind of thing. You know, like sometimes you're like, yeah, no, I totally like have this whole day free and like I'm doing nothing, and you're like, may as well, like, if I want to stream and like I'm set to stream on this day, like go a little earlier, you know, like an hour or so, or like 30 minutes, and be like, bam, we're here. But not me. No, I'm kind of like, no, I like to have a little bit of time just for me, because I spend so much time doing uni work. Like, not that this isn't me time and I don't enjoy it, like I do, and it's something that I do happen to have a lot of passion for, like, sincerely. But I'm also like, occasionally you do need that like R&R time. You don't want to like burn out of doing something, you know? I've seen burnout of like YouTube's people and like all kind of like commentators or like people who do stuff like online, and they'll just like have this like meltdown and be like, look, gotta take a break for like blah blah amount of time because of blah blah, or like they don't want to like have their whole life publicized anymore. It's typically like small to medium streamer, like big to medium streamers, or like smaller ones that are like in this small amount of time they decide to like post a ton of content all over the shop and none of it really gets viewed, and they're just like, yeah, cool, glad we had this moment, you know? Like I like watching some of the bigger streamers, like his content, like their clips and stuff, because I'm genuinely kind of curious, like, about their like the way they do things sometimes. You know, when you're like you watch, like, if you play sport, you watch like the big people who play the same position as you or the same sport as you, and you're like, oh my god, they did that super crazy thing, that was so sick, and you're like, oh my god, what was that? That like awesome thing they just did, and you're like, I know, right? That thing was like sick. And then you try and learn how to do it yourself because you're like, that was amazing, we should try doing that. And so you try, and you like sometimes you'll stuff up, or you like it'll take a while, but it can also like help you improve. And so like I love, you know, watching people who like I know are bigger and better in the same like thing that I'm doing, you know? Especially like when it comes to like the same categories, you know? Because those people that can do like just chatting for like 9 hours, I'm like, yeah, but you guys like you built up to that and you spent a lot of time getting there, because a lot of them did. Some of them took years to get there, some of them did not. See, it's different for every single one of them, which I find fascinating. See, this is how I found out that that line was still there on that other layer. See, the beauty and glory of like the dark background. Okay. And I want to put a like even lighter like shading inside, opacity. That did absolutely fuck all. You ever look at something you do and you're just like, the hell was that? Like, what was that? That was kind of that moment I just had. Okay. Now I just gotta erase the outlier again. I nearly waited to erase the outlier before, like, doing the, like, random coloring. I didn't. I should've. Here we are now. But yeah, I've been watching a bunch of the older movies. Like, there was this movie I was watching, and it was, like, years ago. I haven't seen it in years, and it was essentially like the basis was this one dude, his vote in the election decided like who became president. It was a ridiculous concept. I still stand by the fact that that doesn't seem plausible, that like one vote can decide like a whole like race, like the whole election. That just seems ridiculous to me. Like I'm pretty sure it's nonsense. But this like movie was fairly popular for like the time it came out in. It made its rounds, and so like I think that's why there's like the thing of like every vote counts, you know, like as this like higher thing. I'm like, I mean, suppose it does on like a greater like statistical scale, but like each individual vote, like individually, cannot decide a full election on its own. Yeah, we're gonna change the size to what it would be. So it needs to be 72 by 72. That's closer to the real emote size. So that's the black. Like that's it on like dark mode, and that's it on light mode. I don't even know if I can tell what it is that it's like that it's being eaten. You know, it's like, are you eating? Are you not? Who knows? That's a zoom. Okay, do I need to make the mouth bigger? Is that essentially what I need to do? Mouth coloring, rest of outline, facial features outline. Cool. Not opacity, and also down in size. I also didn't need the color blue. Oh no. Dun 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 dun. Now it just looks like he has an angry mustache. Mouth coloring. Let's do a little test-a-rooney here. Just like cash erase this bit. Like, is it a bit much? I don't think so. Now let's do the mouth coloring. Bring it back. Are the colors too far away? I don't think so. I think they're just here. Okay. Zoom time. Zoom, zoom. Ba 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 ba. You know those like jingles that you're just like stuck in your head? One of the ones that I've had stuck in my head today is like downtown, blah 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 blah. Like, cause that was used as like a really popular jingle for a while. It was basically everywhere. I've like marvel at like how it seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Needs to be bigger. Okay. So now it's a bigger mouth. Because the thing is, I want to make sure it doesn't look like crazy. That's a bit thick. Bears have like fang teeth, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they've got like fang teeth, you know? Okay, so we're gonna undo the dumbass of me like putting all those teeth on the coloring layer. Because, you know, of course I do. I'm like, yeah, brilliant. Let's put the like random thing I'm testing out on the actual decided on layer. You know, just so I can casually see how this is all going. You know, whether or not it's something I want. Best idea ever. I know why couldn't I just like erase part of it and be like, oh yeah, you can see straight through. Well, that's because I'm doing like a C3 mode. I'm not doing like, the background isn't white. It's not a white background, like, and so you can't just use that as your white. You have to like draw in white. Yeah, plus I don't want it to just like all be straight white. I want it to be like a couple of colors, I think, like to make it look a little darker. Okay. But yeah, I was watching this movie with like Keira Knightley in it a little while back, because, you know, I'm catching up on movies, obviously. And it was like called Georgina. I think it was based off like some duchess. It was such a bizarre movie. It started out like, you know, wife marries man she doesn't really know very well, like the typical way you'd imagine those kinds of things to like go, honestly. But for like the time period where it's like you're obligated to give them like a couple of kids, a couple of males, a couple of females, mostly the males, and then like the females are just like marriage tools, essentially for like improving the status of the family or whatever. Feature outline. Black. Okay, let me fix this up a little bit. I'm essentially just giving like thick mustache, you know? Because why not give your bears like a thick mustache? Because I actually have plans kind of for like my overlay. Like one of my overlays. I'm gonna start with the one that I'm least worried about fucking it up. Okay, and then the teeth. Opacity. Is this the painting? No, that's the outline. This is the color. And it's also the eraser tool. Excellent. I swear, half the time, like, my problems come from the fact that I'm using the eraser tool instead of the drawing tool, you know? But yeah, she, like, her life was so interesting, because she, like, married, her husband then, like, took a mistress who was, like, her friend, who was, like, abandoned by her husband for his, like, mistress. And she wanted her kids back, and this was, like, the only way to get her kids back, because they were with her, like, husband. Because, you know, in those days, like, your kids belonged to your husband. I'm pretty sure bears have fangs. Like, they actually have teeth. I'm almost entirely positive bears do, in fact, have teeth. Let's see. Bear, open, mouth. Yeah, they totally have teeth. They have a bunch of teeth. This is fine. Because they have these two, like, big fangs and then, like, a bunch of smaller teeth. So this is fine. This is a fine one for, the emote. Achievement unlocked. This is gonna go back to being invisible. I'm gonna save this file. Save as. Okay. Version 3. Because you don't want to, like, save them all as the same thing, so you can easily, like, be like, oh yeah, this was the past version. This is the new version. It's like, oh, cool, that's sweet. You, like, only made, like, a new version of something. It's like, this one, I, like, fixed the outline, and then, but I still have the old one, so you can see what the difference is. Like, that's what you do. Except with this cookie. I apparently just, like, wrote over the cookie. Like, I wrote over the cookie because it was just line work that I was fixing up. I wasn't actually changing its, like, thing, and I actually, like, kept one of the layers with the old thing underneath. As you can see, my, like, giggle emote has to be like, look at this. I'm just, like, I don't know if I like it or not. You ever have those moments where you, like, look at something you made and you're like, I don't know if this is something I enjoy. Because this is... Let's see. Yeah, so this is, like, it started out as this. And then it developed into, like, this. And then there was, like, a brief phase, like, in between. But this is, like, the big version of it. How do I keep leaving that up there? Is that on all of them? It is. That's gonna drive me mental. Okay, where is the hat layer? Where is it? It's on the bear. Hat. Eraser. Is that even on the hat layer? What layer is it? Background. Add a layer. This whole layer is just gonna be the color black. This is why you gotta do it. You gotta do it with every single one. And you're like, oh yeah, cool. The color black. What could that possibly do? It'll show you like the random background outlines left behind. Why is that an opacity? Cool, yeah. So the outline of this is still sadly a little garbage. I keep coming back to this one because I'm like, it keeps having stuff I need to like fix. You know, where you're like doing something and you're like, oh yeah, that's fine. It looks great. And then you're like, no, it's got this problem, and this problem, and this problem. And you're like, yeah, cool. All in a day's work. I've redone these lines for this particular emote and like fixing up the whatever that was happening multiple times. Multiple times I've had this problem. That's gotta be the hat. Because you gotta figure out what's the hat and what's the bear. You know, some of it's the hat, some of it's the bear. See, there was bear, there was hat. Because you're like trying to make sure you get all the sections. Because it will all show up in the end. So this is why I'm like learning. I'm still like working on my skills. But I've debated opening myself up to like, hey, if anyone actually wanted any of me to make them an emote, I could do it, technically. I'm technically skilled at it. I don't know if anyone would actually want me to make one based on mine though, because everyone really seems to really want these like highly polished, like other ones that you see like everywhere, like Kitty, and like some of them really inspire me. I do love like taking like photos of some of it because I'm like, oh my god, that's amazing. Alright, we're getting rid of that layer. Move layer. Do 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 do. Yay! And then the hat. It's like I'm looking at like, do I want to change up the like hats I start doing? You know, make sure I've got like a variety of hat. Also a thought I have. You know, it's just like, there's a lot of work that goes in these kinds of things and you're like, no, it's super easy. And then you get into doing it and you're like, oh my god. Like, it's very detail orientated in a lot of ways. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I think that's basically all the bear lines. So I gotta resave this in all of its sizes again. So that's the problem. Every time you do it, this is why the other main reason why you don't get rid of like your base one, because it's like you'll spot a problem in the emote and you'll be like, god damn it. Why is that still there? And then you get here and you're like, ah, of course, that is the reason the perpetrator is. And you're like, great. Now we just have to fix the problem. I'm not on the right layer for it, honestly. They're a whole separate different layer. I was like, yeah, cool. So they're all inside, nothing to worry about. No, it's just that like, I'm on the wrong layer. Honestly. Oh man. Okay. Do I want to fix them? Where's the mouth? Face outline. Okay, so it's all part of the same section, so I could technically just fix this. Okay. Black. We're gonna... But yeah, I don't know. I find this kind of thing very calming and soothing, and it's just like, cool. We're working on something, we're achieving something. It's just like a general, like, chill place to exist, I guess. Alright, we're gonna use that pink coloring in this whole mouth area. Okay. But yeah, I'm mildly kind of addicted to like watching those kind of like, this person was banned because of this reason. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, like being mildly like, oh my god, what did they do? What caused it? Because the thing is, there's always something that causes you to get banned. It's never like people don't ban you for no reason. You know, there's they caused it because they're in a bad mood reasons. There's you caused it by being a dumbass. There's the middle ground where like it's both things. It's just fascinating to watch. From like a, oh my god, what's gonna happen next perspective. Almost kind of like Big Brother, way back when it was still like kind of all over the place. Bear outline. Outline bear. Face outline. Okay, somewhere around here I think is the way to go about it with that. Because, you know, it's still the inside of a mouth. So it's gotta, like, have a darker tinge to it, I guess. As, like, a general baseline, you know? You don't want it to be, like, too light, too dark. Otherwise you'll have some, like, greater problems. A little too pink in the corners. No, that looks weird. Like a mouth, you know? All the undoing. And this is why normally you have the coloring of this on a different layer. I was like, nah. Let's do it like this. Why not? You know, it'll be fine. Still looks weird. You know, can't quite place what it is. Maybe it's just like too pink. You know, just too pink. Maybe there's like a lighter pink. It's so dark. You can see why I like kept it as a smaller mouth. So I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing with this. Okay, cool. We're just gonna erase this again. No one need to look at it anymore. It's a mark on. It's a mark on this. Cool. And we're gonna add a layer. Cause, you know, why not? Why not add a layer? What could go wrong? We're first gonna fix this up. Full opacity. Black. Need the actual color black, not just like a cash black. The actual color black. Do do do. Bum, 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 bum. Do 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 do. Okay, cool. And now we're gonna actually paint the thing. Like, it's all a matter of decisions. What are you gonna color it? How dark are you gonna make it? What's your chosen like coloring for this thing? Good, all good, solid question. And this is how I only get through like so many emotes at a time. Because I'm like, oh no, I don't like the coloring I've chosen. And I'm like, oh yeah, cool. Because you usually use the lighter shades for coloring, you know? Not when you're using the eraser. The eraser is not your friend. Okay, I think I like that. We're gonna get rid of the black background. Hide you. Okay. So, you're down here. You're down here. Cool. We're getting rid of this one. Because I don't need that random blackness. And these two have to be saved in like 6 different versions. I'm just gonna save that. I need to change the color of the bear. Like, that's all I can think to improve this. Like, the bear color. So, bear coloring. We're on the bear coloring color. One more. Do, 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 do. So, I've come to a decision about what color the bear is going to be. White. It's going to be a panda. That's right. Panda time. Because I wanted to keep this the color it is. The hammer. So I had 2 options. Change the color of the bear, change the color of the hammer. Because the hammer just don't stand out. It just doesn't. There's no way around saying it as like anything else. The hammer just blends in, you know? It's just like, oh yeah, what color are you looking for? I don't know. What color is on offer? Oh, I don't know. There's this one, there's this one. Oh yeah, that's great. Is there one that like completely blends in with like the thing around it? It's essentially like you went to a store and you're like, I want to match my hammer and like my weapon entirely to my skin shade. That's essentially what was like a thing that happened in that moment. You know? That's just the way it is. One moment. Gotta love your parents. They're the only ones you get. Well, I mean, unless you're adopted and then you get like 2 sets of parents, I suppose. You know, the ones that like were your OG ones, and then like the ones who chose you, which is, you know, perfectly fine. Happens. Adoption is a great and beautiful thing. I'm actually recently watching this girl. She's going through her like trying to have a baby story. I don't actually know if she's had like fallen pregnant or not, But she like titled her first one that like she couldn't get pregnant because she has all these like problems with it, and her partner and her, like, he's always been very clear that he wants them, and she just hasn't been able to, like, and she wants one too, so it's not like he's forcing her into it, but she just hasn't been able to get there. So they took some time off for her mental health. She needed to, but she just wasn't. There's video footage of her just having like a breakdown, because it's not pretty, the whole process of like essentially having a breakdown and like having to face some like harder things of like, are you even able to, like, is this something like on the cards for that couple? Like, that's something that they have to like face in their own way. You know, it's a hard reality. White. Okay. We're getting rid of all the random bits that are white that aren't actually part of like this. So the bear outline, bear coloring. This makes me think of like a snowman, because it's essentially where I'm getting this from. This is gonna be either a panda bear or a polar bear. Honestly, have yet to decide which way we're going with it, but it's one of the two. You know, one of the two directions. Panda or polar bear. Two bears I increasingly love, so I'm cool with either. It's just like, yeah, which way are we going with it? Except the only time I didn't like polar bears was in I was playing Valhalla, you know, the Assassin's Creed game, and it was like kicking my ass. Like the polar bears were kicking my ass because they just like appear out of nowhere, like kick your butt and then just disappear.
Don't forget to set your alarm.
So yeah, those times they're like kicking my butt, and I was like, oh no, what's happening? Because the ones in Valhalla were just so intense. They would stalk you. Like, one of them followed me across, like, the whole map, and I was like, what's going on here? Like, why is it following me so intensely? Like, it's so determined. Going down. Back to the white color. Okay, so bear coloring 2. So this is the secondary option. So I think we'll try it first the polar bear. See if I like it. If I don't like it, we'll try for panda. Because, you know, bear vikings don't have to just be grizzly bears. They can also be polar bears. And pandas. They have every right to be both polar bears and pandas. They do have like flecks of gray in their fur. Not a lot, but enough. So I could always put like flecks of gray into their skin, like a realistic bear thing. You know, where it's like a blue shading with snow, kind of like that, but like for polar bears. This is why I gotta have a black background, so I can figure out where I have left the white, because that's gonna be the major problem. Making sure I've gotten all of it, because it won't show up at all when I'm like, if you're in light mode. Oh, but oh boy, it'll show up in dark mode. Like, why is there this random like patch of white over in this corner of the emote? I don't know what it is, and then I'll be like 2 days later, do you change the emote? No, I would never do that. What are you talking about? Me alter an emote after it's been made? Horror. The actual horror. I say as someone currently doing exactly that. Oh man. Bear looks. I think I need to also fix the eyes. So is this a separate bear outline? Okay, the bear outline also does the eyes. I need to fix these. Coloring, color black. Because this is like a smaller emote, so like the eyes have to be like visible, you know? You want them to be like visible from like a greater distance. So having them a little bigger isn't this bigger catastrophe. Do 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 do. Okay. Yeah. Black. Here's the last one. These eyes may look weird, but the bright side is I discovered if you're on the right layer, you can just move them. You can literally just move them. Which I was like, oh, great. That makes it rather simple, don't it? Like, what problem you're having? Ah, nothing major. That must be part of the hat. Yeah, I think it's part of the hat. Or bear outline. It's gone now. Cool. Do 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 do. Facial colorings. Bear outline. Opacity. I could actually make a. I wouldn't recommend it, but I could make a drinking game out of how many times am I going to fuck up that? I'd be like, oh, too many to count, realistically. You know? What exactly is this? Bear outline. I swear I was able to move these before. selector. Making it bigger today. Did anyone else ever see like that dress, the Handmaidens? It had like Kate Winslet in it. She was amazing, but I couldn't like watch the full thing. It made me sad. Okay. Select, deselect. Barrel line. Coloring black. Okay, cool. The nose needs to be more heavily defined. I wasn't even paying attention to the other features. I was like, yeah, cool, got it. Dunzo. But no, these features need a little bit of darkening as well. Because you gotta... That's the problem with white. So I was watching this thing and it was kind of like, oh yeah, they're like blonde. It all kind of like blends in. Whereas like dark hair, it has to be like on point. Because it like shows off all the features. I was like, really? That's not good. The show I really miss is like Eureka. Like there was this one, it was like Eureka something, and the whole like premise was this town was filled with just like scientists, like of the medical community, and it's just like crazy stuff would happen in relation to the science stuff. You know? Just like crazy scientific things would occur, which was cool. Let's see. And then we're gonna do a kind of like gray color. Bear coloring up here. Alright, wrong coloring. Cool. Gray. Gray. Do 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 do. You gotta be exact unless you want to have it on a separate layer. So that's what we're gonna do. Separate layer it is. Cools. Do 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 do. You know a fun TV show like that I don't understand why it was cancelled? Like Terraria. Not a lot of people know the show. It was basically like you were on a new version of Earth, a completely unrelated timeline, and you was like, it was like starting over, but it had like dinosaurs and stuff, which was so cool. Dinosaurs were the coolest. I was like, oh my god, dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. It was so cool. It was amazingly cool. Man, such a good show. I think it also needs like a little bit of pink opacity. I don't know enough about polar bears, and suddenly I was like, this looks cute. I'm gonna do blue, but it'll be a very light blue. I think, no, very light gray over here. Opacity at 42. That doesn't look like a lot, but it's enough. It's resulting in making like a new background that is just the color black. Just so we can see where all the stuff I need to shade out is. Oh my god, no. Oh, brother, no. Okay, okay. Jesus. I'm always like, oh yeah, why is it so huge? Why is it also black? I totally selected white. Am I in the right color? Yeah. No. Okay, erasing some of the outline overs. Jeez. I was like, I wonder if I've got any like white over the edges. Surprise. In that moment I just heard like, surprise motherfucker. You know, from like, I'm gonna hide that. You know who from like, that actor who's always, like known for the one who wanted a purple lightsaber. So we in the fight scenes, he'd be like spotted. He could spot himself. He'd be like, yeah, I've got the purple lightsaber, because it was like this huge fights with like hundreds of lightsabers. You know? In this huge like building complex area. It's like, no. No, I'll need the help to spot myself, thank you. He's been in so many franchises, it's not even funny. He's basically just like Disney approved. Because of how many Disney franchises he's like been to be fair, Star Wars is just now owned by Disney. But it's basically like, he's been in like so many of their like franchises. He's just like approved now. You know those people, you see him in so many of this one like company's movies, you're just like, this guy is obviously a favorite of this company. They're obviously like, yeah, he's cool, work with him. You know? And it's like, oh yeah, excellent. A little bit back around the ears. Sometimes I do these things and I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably gonna be a problem for me later. It doesn't occur to me at the time. I'm like, yeah, I should probably not color this thing this particular color and have to like then fix it later. But I'm like, nah, let's just do it now. This must be the hat. This must be the edge of the hat, yeah. Cool. The other day I was watching this video and it was just like, it was so ridiculous. Some of the stuff that was happening, I was like, who thought of this? Why is this a thing? Oh man. But like, there's this one guy. As I said, I've been watching a lot of unban requests, and some of the ones are just stupid. There's like, the guy got banned for saying something because they thought it was like a racial slur, but he'd actually like misspelt a different word. And so he's like, the letters are like right next to each other on the keyboard. I didn't mean to write that word. Please unban me. And you're like, oh my god, dude. Oh, the poor guy. Do. There's a bit up here. And over here. I feel like I want to make the ears. I'm gonna have a look and see if polar bears, like, what color are polar bears? Like, honestly, like, what color are the inner ears of polar bears? You have to, like, wonder. Polar bear. Their inner ears are black. Like, this. They've got, like, a yellowish tinge to their, like, paws and stuff. Like a browny, yellowy tinge. And they've got, like, black inside their ears. Okay. We're gonna, like... Again, I'm apparently on Whiteout. Ooh. Okay, that's over there. Just want to make it semi-accurate. Dookie. And then paws have tinge of like a lightish brown. Like a lightish brown. Yeah, it's mostly across their like main body. And white back through. That could be. Does that look weird? And I've got like a bit of like grayish to their face. So I think it's just too much. A little bit too much of this other one, so opacity. Well, that looks weird. We're gonna do the next best thing. Hey, Ooga C, Ooga 2. Hi, how's your day going today? Are you having a good day? I'm still on the eraser. Okay. Oh, it's James. How you doing? You having a good day? I know it's Sunday. I had an okay day. Today was an interesting day with hockey. Kind of like that. Just let her drop in and say hi before bed. Yeah, no worries. Glad you could stop by. I know that like it's technically late. And I should be going to bed soon. We should talk sometime about how hockey is going. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Hockey is definitely in. It's going. It's getting there. You know, which is fine. File, no, file, save as, yeah, as a PNG. Yes, good, that already exists as PNG. Like, I love hockey. I do. I have no plans on, like, not playing hockey. It's just today was a bad hockey day. Not because we lost. Like, we didn't lose. We won. But, yeah, it was just, there were some things that could have been better about today. You know? Yep, I know it already exists. Thank you for saying so. But yeah, hope you can like get a good night's sleep and everything. I know I'll probably be going to bed in the next half hour, less than an hour, because I know I've got to go to bed for work. So this is only going to be like a 3-hour stream. So like 30 minutes from now, likely. I'm using my new mug today, so I'm very pleased with myself. Hockey's both tired me out and made me mad all at once. Yeah, get you, and down the line when your next campaign comes up, I hope you can come join me. Look after yourself. I'm gonna head to bed. Show a new mug. It says Pizza Planet. And then on the other side it's got, I was using an Eevee mug, but now I'm using this one. And yeah, I could rant about hockey, but I'm gonna save the rant for like after the season ends. Just on a personal note, because I'm like, it's time to move on from what's going on with that. We've got the grand final to think about, and then I can complain all I want about the anger I have around it. Yeah, I gotta write down what this is going to be. That's huge. Screen. Because I plan to make that a starting soon screen, or BRB. Or BRB. Because I want to make a new overlay. Which is good. Yeah, no worries. I'll keep in touch, and thank you for wishing me luck with hockey. And glad you could. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to my bear cave. I hope you enjoy yourself. In case you're wondering, up the top here in the corner, the drawings are stuff I've worked on. So, yay! Let's see, I'm gonna add the ones from today as well. Add source, new. Bear bop. 2. Browse. Is that bop? Yeah, it's this one. So I've yet to decide if I like it. Yeah, hell yeah, I'll drop in and watch whenever. If you are streaming during work hours, I'll be around. Feel free to send me a message on Discord. Yeah, no worries. I'll make sure to do that. Let you know if you like. I mean, I do have the like go live message that happens for like Twitch. But yeah, like if I'll send you a message and say hey. You know, when I get the chance, and whenever you're like, when I see you're on, like I think you have yours turned off so people can't see when you're online for memory. Because you know, do not be disturbed. But yeah, it'll be like after work because I have a new job at the moment. So whenever I'm not at work, is when I stream. On like specific days when I don't have to pay attention to like hockey or like uni stuff. 3. And this one seems a little more terrifying, honestly, because people message me like crazy when I'm like, yeah, people will be like, oh my god, James is online, It's time to send all of the messages. Honestly. Do. Stop that. This one. Do. I left my you left your Discord online one night? Oh no. That must have gone. I woke up to 96 notifications from. I shouldn't laugh at that. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. I'm like, that does suck though. That's why I leave myself as busy on Discord. I'm as do not disturb. Although right now I'm in streamer mode, so it's something else entirely. Black. So we're gonna make, this is the 1-bit badge. So it's gonna be a bear. This is gonna be the basic sketch layer. Do. Alright, gotta hug the love with my art. Thank you. Thank you very much. I like my art. I do art streams on Saturdays, Animal Crossing on Tuesdays, and Stardew Valley on Fridays, when I've actually had sleep. Like I should be. I do actually have to check what my next assessment is, though. Because I keep forgetting when my assessment is. I need like a calendar. But thank you so much for stopping by and throwing me the follow. And we'll chat. We'll see each other around. In the meantime, I'm just doing a doodle. This is the base shape, I think. So. But no, whenever I'm feeling bad and shit, I always listen to 80s music. It just, it's hard. 80s music is, numbing. I know some people, everyone has different coping mechanisms. Mine is 80s music. See, my quiet goodbyes have a purpose. It's it lets me know that you've, stopped by, you've had a lurk, or you've got to go and you don't have time to stick around for a proper one or whatever. And it's all fine. I'm glad I put that in. It's been redeemed more than half the other things. It's all a moment of figuring out what actually needs to be there. Because, you can't, there's such a thing as too many channel point redemptions. There is such a thing. It's a fine line to walk. I might need to make this bear a little smaller. As I said, cozy and chill art stream, because that's what I needed after today. Cozy and chill art. So, I'm still semi-chatty, but I'm not super chatty. Which is just the way, today is. But I wanted to do a little bit of art. I wanted to do it on stream. So here I am. So I appreciate everyone who is here understanding that I'm not as chatty today. And if you aren't here and you wanted something chattier, I understand. It's all good. This is just me making some art. Boop 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 boop. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. Outline. Make sure he cares. Because you gotta separate them. You just gotta. Otherwise you're doomed. Doo-doo. The whole eye. I'm gonna color white. See, I want to get cute eyes. Cause like I've seen some really cute ones. So let's see. Actually, in this one. No. Alright, because you know when you like do that thing where you're like, I wonder what cute eyes look like, and you like go and look at all these like eyes, and you're like, yeah, no, those are kind of cute. Do 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 do. Okay. Opacity. Do 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 do. Smaller. No, that's much smaller. Do do do. It's hard to gauge with eyes, like what you want to do. Honestly. Okay. Well, no, well, I still want the green. That's kind of what I'm thinking with the eyes. Just tinier. Okay, so that's a bear. That's a bear. So this is going to be the base, I think, for the bears. Do 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 Okay, this back one toggle muffler, and then group, quick group. Because this is to be the like bit badge. Okay. This is the base layer for the bit badge. Save as. There. And save. Okay. So I think all the bit badges will be based off of this one. It's just gonna come down to coloring the badges. No. Okay, the first one is gonna be a grizzly. Like, hands down, has to be a grizzly. You know? That's kind of the base for all the other things. This one. Full color. Oh, I'm gonna make this as the paint layer. That's right. This layer. Okay. Pass the little canvas layer. You gotta make sure to write what opacity is that, otherwise you're just guessing blindly in the dark. It's like, what's the opacity? Hell if I know. It's like, oh, you don't know? No, don't know. Can't help you. Sorry, Cupcake. I need a darker color for inside the ears, I think. Actually, you know what? I don't even know what color is inside Grizzly Bear's ears. Do you think I'd have looked this up? Like, what does inside Grizzly Bear's ears look like? Grizzly Bear. Okay. Looks like they're like a blackish color inside their ears. From like the exterior, they look kind of blackish. They're adorable, by the way. Looking at more bears is just like, oh, adorableness alert. They're going to be a separate layer. Because I'm not a dodo bird. Many things, the dodo bird is not something I'm a part of. Canvas layer. Do. Okay. And then lighter brown, but in full and smaller. Up here. Right on the ears. Do. I want them that light. No. need to be on the right layer. First trick. 91%. Bum, 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 bum. Dum, 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 dum. Canvas layer. I'm glad I made this canvas layer. Okay. Do. Ba, 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 ba. Do. Bare outline. No idea when that button like caused that one. Like I wanted it to be like the button where it's like back, forth, you know? I even set it up. I was like, yeah, this is what it's supposed to be. Didn't become that. Still just like, nopity nope nopers, and you're not in the right zone. You know, I like it. File. Bit badge. 1 bit. Grizzly. Cora. And then save as for PNG. Because I think for the badges, they've got to be 72, 36, and 18. Okay, cool. Image. Scaled new size. I like that when you do this and like auto does both sides. And you're like, oh, excellent. 22x72. It's like, you know, Robert De Niro. I was watching this movie he did recently. Like, there's been a couple movies he's done recently. One in particular, it was like, so I watched The Irishman, and then I found this one where it was like, because he's played a lot of like the same role realistically. Like, he does it really well, to be fair, and he does say that he grew up with mobsters. Like, when he was younger, he grew up around them, and so it makes sense that he'd play them well. But he was playing, like, one in particular, and was, like, he was on the run from, like, the mob, and it was just fascinating to me, like, so I need it to be 18 by 18, file, save as, 18x18. Excellent. So that's that one. Woo. Achievement. I love when I do those things and it's just like, bam, done. Yeah, that's fine. Dun, edit. Because I made them trees originally. Like, I made the 1-bit one a tree. Like an actual tree. And I was like, what is this? Why are you a tree? Why did I make you a tree? And it's like, it's not a cute tree or anything, it's just a tree. And I was like, I want it to be an adorable little bear. Because that way it's like cute. Because like I have like a little, like a dinosaur, you know, for like my, you know, little like chat icon. And I use it everywhere. It's from GlitchCon. So this is the bear. Okay. Dude. Cool. Open. This one. Open. Good bits. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna fix the tiny bit of the outline because I'll have to fix it for every single bear. So we're just gonna do it now and save again. So that'll bug me and I'll have to fix it on every bear I do. You know? You know where you've got like one little flaw and you're like, dude, and then you copy it everywhere. And you're just like, what happened here? What occurred? What did I cause? But yeah, he plays it really good, like, for that role. He plays it a lot. He plays it often. He plays it well. I actually bought, Goodfellas, you know, the movie? Which is, like, a collection of guys who like, grew up around, like, the mob. They're all, like, of the same breed. They're kind of like the last that breed. A lot of the people who do those kind of roles now, for, like, the younger versions of those characters, like, they didn't grow up around it. They don't understand the older ones from back in the day now, because it's different now. The mob's a little different. They don't have the same level of power and whatever they did back then. Like, they're still not like kittens. You don't like mess with them, but what I mean is, like, the level of control they have over the city is a little less, depending on, like, what city you're in. And so, like, these guys who are, like, playing these roles, they wouldn't have experienced this kind of, the history, like, the way it was way back then. They wouldn't know what it was like to be this. I remember hearing stories from some of them of, like, how they got into acting, like, what their first roles was, and some of them are just crazy. Like, I can't imagine people getting into those, like, things that way nowadays. You know? It's just so different. Everything is so different to the way it used to be. Which is fine. It's just, I find the change, like, interesting, like, as time has gone on. Okay. Save. Alright, the next bear. The next bear is going to be... So I've done grizzly. I gotta do black bear next, I think. So we gotta look up a black bear, because I'm like, I don't wanna, like, fuck it up. You know, those moments where you're like, but what if it's wrong? Because black bears are black and their snout is brown, which is how they're able to still have that, like, their nose be, like, not blending with their face. So they need, like, a, like, kind of like this color. Now this is just adorable. So all the other layers have got to, like, kind of go behind it. It's like a black. Brown. kind of how like the eyes are still visible, I guess. But no, I was watching this like series on like how they got the mob, like how they finally did it, like with all their bugs and how they got all the recordings. And it's fascinating like how they did it, the way they did it, how they got these into their like houses, how paranoid these guys got, but they still like got them in anyways. But it took like a bit of patience and work, and it's like these guys come into these like actual killers' homes and be trying to like put them in, like hide these bugs in their house. It's like, come on, what is this? Are you insane? Okay, cool. And the ears on the inside have like brown bits in them, like a darker brown. Kind of like this. A little opaquer. Underneath is the black. Black there. Still enough. I don't like this as much. It's all about layers, honestly. There's a part up here that I'm not as big a fan of. Yeah. Such a weird movie I was watching because it had Quinn in it from like Glee, like the actress who played Quinn, and it was so odd. Such an odd movie. I can't quite describe it. Group, quick grip. Okay. Why does it always do that? It's like, you're gonna highlight this random part. I'm like, no. I want the full bear. Just a little off. File. Save as. Okay, cool. I didn't save over that. Bib badge. 100. Black bear. Save. Brilliant. There's a lot of types of bears, so I have many options. Okay. Oh jeez. Now I just need to save all the different sizes. So then they'll be in the same area. Cool. Let's create a file, save as PNG. Excellent. Now we get to scale to all the sizes. Woo. 72. Save as. Did I toggle this off? Oh wait, yeah, I did in the first one. Brilliant. Back image scale 36. Oh hell. I know this is tedious because I'm like, it's just, this is the boring part of making them, is like saving them in every size. You know? It's just like, oh yeah, what size are you saving that thing in? You know, who knows today? It's like, well, you should know. And it's like, in theory, yeah, totally no. But yeah, it was a fascinating movie. It was very odd. And like, the family was odd. Like, it was just all odd. Not a bad movie though, but like, weird. Like, little black bear. Little grizzly bear. Just because I wanted them to look cute. For my own, like, personal sanity. You know? Okay. And open again. Base layer bear. Okay, we're just gonna rotate you a minute. As you apparently aren't straight in like the frame image thing here. Save. Cool. Now the next bear. What types of bears are there? There's so many bears to choose from. Bears. So, there's a lot of types of bear. Polar bear is one, a big one. Pandas, although they're not like officially put down as one. I think koalas might be, although they're not technically a bear. They're more like a, nuisance. Koalas aren't like actually bears. They're just called bears because people are like, oh, bears. I'm like, no, not bear. Very much not bear. And I'm like, no, it says bear. And you're like, yeah, no, I know what it says, but that does not make it a bear. That makes it bear adjacent. You know? You're like, it's bear-esque, but it's not actually bear. Rosie. Okay. Back. Paint. Pandas. This is the other way around. I'm gonna find a way to map this is like the back button. Let's see, I can't. I think I can. Let's see if that works. Okay. Oh, that didn't work. I don't know why it's like soft proofing. I'm like, what does that even mean? Application. Critter. Done. Control Y. Redo. Let's see if that works now. Why does it keep doing that? Anywho. I don't know why it does that. I honestly have no idea. It's just like, we're gonna casually do this thing that you're gonna hate constantly. I've been trying to fix that and be like, hey, mind not doing that? And it's like, nah, bro. We're good. Well, we're gonna keep doing it. And I'm like, but why? I'm like, cause you're like, white bears. This is the problem with like the color white. You're like, did I get it all? Is it all colored in? No? Let's try again. Or black. Does the panda incidentally end up as the easiest one? Tell me my panda ended up as the easiest one to do out of all these. After all the struggles. It's like, hey, you want an easy bear to do? Here's a panda. All you gotta do is color the whole thing white. And put a couple of like black splodges on his ears. Or maybe I'm just getting quicker. That's also a possibility. You know, because like as you practice something, you typically will get better at it as you go. You know? Like with time. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just improving at art. You wouldn't think it'd be that quick, though. I think it'd take a little bit longer. So, yeah, but I'm not like super improved. I'm just like a bit better. But yeah, I've got like my last hockey training for the season, like tomorrow. Well, no, today, really. Let's add a back layer that's just solid black so we can see where all the errors are. Shall we? Black. I think that happens whenever I do a eraser. Why is it just... Cool, thank you so much. This is how you fix up the errors when you're using the color white. Because you're never gonna know where the problem points are until you see them under a different shade. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. So this is the 1K bit badge. Okay. Now we get to save it in all the fun sizes. Look at this base, grizzly, panda, black bear, PNG. Okay, I did it. Because these are the only ones I technically need. Because no one's gone higher than that. I might make the one just above as well. Just so it's already made. So I don't have to think about it because no one's getting that high. But on the off chance someone's here long enough and decides to be a nutcase one day, we're just gonna do it. I doubt it that I'll need it, but better safe than sorry. Plus, I kind of want to draw one more bear. That's the actual truth. I want to draw another bear. Just like one more coloring of the bear. So then I've got like 4 bears. Save as. 36 x 36. Image. Scale size. There we go. Excellent. And saved. Alrighty. Now we're just placing them in the place. Panda. Save. I'm gonna make one more bear. Now, let's see. Just because I kind of want to make another bear. It's nothing else. There's no other reason. I just want another bear. Honestly. So we've done panda, we've done black bear, we've done brown bear. I think the base one to do is polar. I think polar is the next base bear. Wikipedia for bears. Bear Wikipedia. Yeah, there's actually gonna be a Wikipedia for it. Alrighty. I don't need to know about the taxonomy. It's like, here's all the type of bear. Day. So there's so many. Apparently the seal is connected to them. Which, what? Such bizarre things. Let's see. The types of bears. Organizations. List of individual bears. That's what I actually need. Mod. Okay, this is a fountain. Giant panda, sun bear. That's a name. I keep forgetting that there's a thing called the sun bear. It's only in Southeast Asia. Current range in brown, former in black. There's also a spectacled bear, which is only found in South America. The sloth bear, also only found in India, which primarily eats termites and fruit. American black bear, Asian black bear, brown bear, and polar bear. Okay, so we can do one, which are not included here. Just reclass the subspecies of brown bear into smaller set of. So apparently the brown bear has subspecies. Delightful. So the brown bear is found across North and Central Asia, North America, Europe. Not a shocker. The Asian black bears only make differences. It seems to have this like white stripe through here. That's pretty much it. So in coloring, it wouldn't really make a difference. The sun bear has this kind of like strip here. The sloth bear has huge looking ears. The spectacled bear is the most interesting in coloring, but I feel like it'd be confusing. So I think I'm gonna do polar. And then I'm gonna think about what I would possibly do after that. Not because I don't actually need anything after that. So we're gonna do a polar. There's actually hybrids that are like half grizzly, half polar, like naturally occurring. There was this like thing, it was like all the known found versions of this are like from the same family. Like they all have the same mom. I'm like, what? So some polar bears like getting around with just like a ton of just grizzlies. I'm like, cool. You do you, boo. If that's what makes you happy, you do you. No, it's bare outline. Okay, cool. Paint layer. White bear. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's easy. Just finish the polar bear. You'd think. But they're a little more unique, so they've got like brown, gray around their nose. Like so. Black inner ears. Which I'm gonna do is separate layers because I'm not a dodo bird. Black inner ears. A little flecks of gray across their skin. Little bits of light brown, which I'm gonna make a much lighter brown. Barely visible. Cool. I'm on a different layer, but it's okay. I just gotta erase this part. Although I might have to add that back. Zelly. But yeah, I've stopped. I was getting back into reading, and then I was like, oh, cool, and then I just stopped reading again. I'm like, what happened? I was on a track, I was on a roll. I think it's because I just don't have the time. I'm like, there's some things I just won't give time to. And that's likely one of them. I don't like whatever I was doing with that. But I like this. And do a little more opacity. Black. High opacity. Cool. No. Send me this gray. Yeah, here we go. Polar bear. Save it. This is the 5K bit badge. Polar bear. So we've got 4 bears, the base bears. I don't have to think of anything beyond that. Because, you know, I just don't. Well, if I have to make another one, I'll come to that when we get there. If someone actually reaches 5K, I'll make the next one. That's essentially where I'm sitting with it. It's like there's no reason to make it until then. There just isn't. PNG. Save as. This music is a really good bop, you know? Gotta get a puller saved. Yeah, I gotta resize it first. Image, scale me size. See this. Bum 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 bum. Image, scale new size. 36. File, save as. Hopefully my clicking isn't bad. The thing is, I like my keyboard. It's not like it's so when I got it, I wanted those like louder switches, you know, like that Razer has, and then I was like, that would drive my family nuts. Me with the louder switches, it would drive them crazy. I already know it. You know where you do something and you're like, that sounds like a bad idea. Let's see. Anyways. Finally pinned it there. It's pinned, it's pinned. For later. Here we go. Save. True. Cool. So yes, we've got the grizzly, we've got the black bear, we've got the po. Yeah, here it is. All my open things. We've got the grizzly, we've got the black bear, the polar. Okay, we gotta edit that again. This is, I forgot to do what I know. You can see it. Thank God, no one has it. It's like, what were you doing? Who knows? Brother. Okay, we're gonna look at this catastrophe that I was like, oh yeah, it's all good. Everything's fine. It's all G. I'm shaking my head at myself because that's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure because I was like, oh yeah, I've got it. Joke's on you, you don't. Okay, I'm gonna paint layer. Fill, background, color black. Erase. Do 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 do. But no, like, I don't know if anyone remembers that movie, like, pretty one with like Amy Schumer did, where she was like, it was an odd movie. I didn't really watch most of it. It like confused me. Like the trailers themselves seemed to confuse me. It didn't do very well in ratings. Not a lot of people apparently went and saw it, which, you know, fair. It was like, because she makes a lot of like the same kind of joke about like herself and her like female parts. And this movie felt kind of just like that, but on steroids. And then in comparison, I recently saw a movie that was like, okay, we're gonna fill that with white. Cool. Black layer is back. Do 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 do. And then, like, in comparison, I found a movie from, like, geez, I think like a year or so ago. And it was, like, actually uplifting, because the girl had, like, friends who were just, like, not supportive of her at all. And were, like, trying to keep her from, getting healthier and losing weight, because they're, like, felt insecure about themselves. And so they were always putting her down. I'm like, and she, like, legitimately, like, worked on her own self. Like, her own things that were going on instead of like letting her friends be like bring her down, which was really cool in like a movie. So I was like, oh yeah, this is a good movie. And like very different in comparison, you know? Okay, that's back. Alrighty, resave. Save as. The first one is Krita. Save. And then we do save as. Okay, it doesn't need to be 18 by 18. Delete. Yes. But yeah, so like it's been an interesting couple of days, just like vibing and like going through the like things, and I'm like I have to sit down and like see which assessment is next, prepare for it, because it's like week 7 or 8 in assessment. So like I've got more exams coming up and I gotta prepare for them. Because I only have a couple per class. And like I want to make sure that I do well on them. You know? You want to do well so you can like pass. Because I need to pass these 2 classes and I don't want to be filled with anxiety about it and like have to possibly like do random shit for like 6 months until I can do it again. It's just not healthy. It's not helpful, it's not healthy. Although, to be fair, I would be doing 2 of the classes. I'd be Chinese, so I'd be getting rid of my Chinese classes, and I'd only have my Japanese classes left. Which would be fine. It would just suck. Okay. Because I don't want to have to, like, constantly be, like, redoing stuff, you know? Like, it's not fun to be always redoing things, you know? I'm always amused by the fact that you can, like, put it in all these sizes. But that's the bright side of the fact the background is white. Like, the polar bear is white because it was just like, oh, my. Ain't this obvious? Because it's not obvious when you do the alpha layer. Like, when there's extra stuff over, unless it's like a not white color. You know, it's like something else entirely, and you're like, oh, cool. Glad you're doing great. File, save as 18. Bum 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 bum. 72, 36, 18. Cool. Save. Brilliant, that's been fixed. Okay. Close that. Jesus Christ. So that's all done for that. I can close that now. Sometimes I get like notifications and it's like, oh, is there like something I need to know for my channel? And it's like, no, it's just like your gift sub of blah blah expired. And you're like, oh, goody. Just what I always wanted. I don't know how like best describe that feeling. It's just like, what's happening? What are you doing? It's just the way it is. But yeah, obviously I'm doing like middle of the night chill art, and I'm like, I don't expect a lot of people to stick around for it because it is very like, I wanted to do art with chat and chat with you guys a little bit, but I was also like, wasn't really here. No, we're not saving that untitled. What did I just close? Open recent. So this one is, I have no idea. I think it was the Viking, one of the ones that I don't need to edit. let's go ahead and save all the sizes I need for this, so I can just close it. So I made the PNG. I've made the critter, right? Carry. Yeah, there it is. Cool. Image. Scale inch new size. You ever have those moments you're like, oh, what size do I need it to be? And you're like, good question. Okay. First one. And two. Save as. Because with my, like, the overlay I want to make, because for, like, BRB, I kind of want it to reflect all of my, like, alerts, all my, like, emotes that I've got. So I want it to, like, reflect everything that's happening here, you know? You want it to, like, connect. I don't know how silly that sounds, if it sounds silly. 28, file, save as. 28, next 28, save. Brilliant. As we're getting rid of this one, delete. Nobody has it, so it affects no one but me. Let's see. Here it is. 56, 28. And cool. Pending. Brilliant. It'll be processed in the next couple of days because it's not too different to what I have now. And I think I altered BAP. Where's BAP? Is that one still in the process? No, wait. Bear giggle. There it is. Polar bear bop. No new size. And 2. File, save as. I guess 1 more 2. View. No new size. Okay. Well, events. So I've already done the 112. I was having 112. It's under E. Emote polar. To be after gnomes. It's gotta be here somewhere. You look at a thing and you're like, it has to exist in here because I saved it here. There it is. Okay. Image. Scale new size, yeah. Cool, it's still on 2. Scale new size. 56. File, save as. Dun. I'd love if, like, every time you completed something, it'd be like, da-na-na-na, like in games. You know, like in games, it's just like, the noise will go off. And you're just like, oh my god, I leveled up. That would be really cool if it happened in real life too. You know, it's like you're just doing something and it's like dun 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 dun, and you're like, oh my god, what skill did I level up? And they're just like, you just leveled up, blah blah, or like cooking, and you're like, oh my god, I just leveled up. I know it's a weird thing to like think about, but I'm like, that would like amuse me on like a greater scale, you know? Map. It's just because like I had to make it all different looking. Did I actually keep the map like? Okay, one sec. Before I upload this. Because, you know, I'm a special cookie. Cool, I hadn't done that. I gotta fix that line though. Clear lines are the key. Okay. Yes. Oh man. Every time I always am like, oh yeah, I feel like I've done everything. And then you're like, no, I didn't. I forgot that one thing. You know, you like, you forget the thing that like you meant to do ages back, but like it didn't occur to you that you had to still do it because you're like, oh no, I've totally done it. That was kind of me with like BAP. I just like forgot it existed. I was like, BAP? What is this nonsense? What is this BAP you speak of? Is it a word? Is it a name? Is it a person? Good question. All legitimately good questions. I'll save as do 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 do. Like so many people hated the like latest in Indiana Jones, like the last one. I'm like, I liked it. I really like. I genuinely did like a lot of it. Do I like all of it? No. I fast forward through good chunks of it, but I like parts of it. Like the parts when they're all beyond like family bickering. Those ones amuse me. Like they amuse me greatly. And everyone's like, we hate it. I'm like, cool story, bro. You guys can go ahead and hate Indiana Jones. I don't have to. Bap, bap, bap. Yeah. Polar bear bap. I'm like, does it look good in light mode? I don't know. But I wanted a polar bear with light mode. Even considering light mode, I wanted like a polar bear. So it doesn't really show up too much. So I'll probably edit it again. But for the moment, it's only like here in these. So it doesn't matter. It's like in my emotes like section of like emotes you have but you can't use. And it's not even like the first one that I'm actually gonna like add if I ever get a chance to. It's not. And there's none. Bear Giggle is its own entity. I'm gonna leave that there for the moment. Um, okay, I think I know what happened. I think I deleted one of the blank ones in between these guys. I think I deleted this one. So ice cream, truck, vanilla swirl is the plan for that. 2 years? I think that's 3 years. Pretty sure that's 3. No, wait, it is 2 years. It's a badge ice cream. Well, I didn't do it as chocolate vanilla swirl. No. Do. Ice cream, ice cream. Don't want to delete it. Brownie. Ice cream, there it is. 2 years. 2.5 is bear cupcake. 1, 4, 3, and 3.5. Cool. So we're gonna do the bear cupcake, which I had down as rainbow icing and cupcake holder with silver holder or chalk, like chocolate chalk icing. I don't know yet. Try money. Okay, cool. I'll leave this as a gnome emote. Make a gnome. We're gonna make a cupcake. Do you remember the moment you're like, yeah, it's a good idea to talk about food now. It's a good idea to draw food. Even better. Like, who doesn't want to draw and talk about food now? I sure do. So essentially the base is like this. It's like tiny, and it goes out. And then it like comes back in. Opacity is not your friend right now. Opacity is, I never use opacity with like eraser. I'm just like, I don't need it. Okay. So what you have to do icing is like cues. So we're gonna change that bit up the top. Essentially, do. I think what I want to do is you're gonna have a bit of the cake showing, and then you have the tin foil. do. Bum, bum, bum. Q, Q, more cupcake, more cupcake. Incidentally, I find it ironic that half of these ones that I'm making, I don't actually eat them. Okay, so this is like the base drawing, kind of like this is the base. So make each of the separate layers so I can color them. Okay. So the first one is going to be this, and I want it to be a kind of silvery color. Do 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 do. Do do do. Making the cupcake. Do do do. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Excellent. So that's the outer foil. Then the next layer is going to be, so it's going to be like a reddy chalk brown. The like actual cupcake, because we're doing like kind of I think like a red velvet. So this is going to be chocolate colored. Do do do. Okay, cool. Did that. Next layer. Now this is going to be the icing. The first part of it's going to be like a brighter red. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So this is the base. Make the actual outline a bit darker. You know? Kind of like what I did with like the ice cream, because you always want the outline possibly a little darker than the actual color, you know? I was also recently rewatching Sabrina, and man, that show gets trippy. I forgot how trippy it got until I started watching again, and I was just like, God damn, how did this show get so dark so quickly? You know? Because it's like, you don't think it's gonna get dark. You don't think it's like a dark show. Because it's not supposed to be. It's like based off comics initially. Like the Sabrina. Because it's kind of like Riverdale. They kind of like took a show that was kind of a little lighter at times and they made it a bit darker, you know? Which, you know, I'm not mad at. Really. Here we're gonna color the rest of this in this color, and then we'll do shading. Redo. The coloring for that will go underneath it. Silly me. This is really like defeating. You know, as a kid, I was one of those kids who was like, you have to be inside the lines. Like, I didn't like going outside of them. It was like what I can remember. And so it's like, this really would have been like my dream as a child. Be like, you know what? It doesn't even matter whether or not you see the lines because you can just like erase it really quickly. And on top of this, you can like, just like, it was like this. Going in and out of the lines, like you're not as likely to like miss lines because you're just doing this, you know? It's this brilliant moment, honestly. Do 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 do. Oh, that was a moment. I'm just gonna go back here and make sure it's full of acetate because that's gonna like be something to like, oh, on top of the coloring layer. Mm-hmm. As I said, art is just so calming and soothing. I'm like, you know, it's something that like is enjoyable to chill out and do when you've been having a bad day. It's like Saturday is a good day for me when I'm doing it, and in the future maybe on some random Sundays because it's like, you know, it's just a chill thing that can like occur and happen and do. It's good that way. We're gonna do some like sprinklers, I think. Sprinkles. But yeah, like, I remember when I was younger and like I was doing art and I was just like, I was convinced that only like really talented people could do it. You know, like people who like were naturally gifted at it. Like, and I just wasn't good enough. There was a girl in our grade who was an amazing artist. She probably still is, honestly. If like she's kept up with her art. And she would do these amazing like portraits and doodles in class. She used to get her book taken away from her, and the teacher would be like, "No more art for you today. You have to be paying attention." And she'd be like, "But when am I ever gonna use this?" You know? I'm honestly curious if anything from any of our classes has ended up being super useful in like the greater scale of the things that we do. You know? You ever wonder if like there was a way to judge how many of the things you actually learned in school were actually used in the real world? Like you actually found a purpose for any of them, you know? Oh, this reminds me of this like picture I saw, and it was like people drawing blades of grass, and I was just like, oh my god, that both looks fun and horrifying, you know? Where it's just like they must like it must be so calming to like individually draw all that stuff, but it also must be like the worst thing ever to have to individually draw all that stuff. It's like I was watching a thing and it was like all the terracotta warriors are individually made. Like every single one of them is different. So it's not like they like had like this thing that they would just do on repeat. No. Every single warrior was made differently. Like they all have different like faces and like features, and so they were individually all crafted differently. They couldn't just like fill a pot with like clay and be like, oh yeah, no, it's done. No. They had to like I already knew they all had to be like handcrafted, but I didn't know they had to be like handcrafted, you know? Where it's like, oh yeah, no, they're all like made by hand, but you're not like thinking, oh yeah, they're all made by hand by like the tedious way. It's not like you're just making, because you can easily like replicate stuff repeatedly, but like they were ordered to make them all different, which would have taken so much time, you know. But if you've got the time, I suppose go for it. And like if you've got the money. So the dude went for it. Same principle kind of exists today. It's like I was watching like Real Housewives of Melbourne, and this lady bought these like $10,000 apple, like 6 of them. She bought 6 of these apples. They were like gold, like solid gold apples, and I was like, what is this? And I was like, one of those apples could have paid my way through like all my college years. Well, I mean, it's not like she hasn't earned the money. Like, she was one of the ladies on the show that like didn't have a husband, or like I think her husband had like divorced or something, and she was self-made. Like she pulled herself up by her bootstraps and like went out there, made a company, made a couple, I think. She did like real estate. Very smart lady, you know? So my problem isn't with her. I don't have an issue with her, honestly. I was just like baffled that this was like an actual thing. Like you could buy it with money. Like who needs them? Like who needs solid gold apples? Is it just like a flex? It's like I have so much money I can waste it on golden fruit that no one will eat, no one will use, and I'll like throw out in a couple years when it becomes dated. And no one will buy it. Because, like, the thing is, even though it's worth 10,000, money can be kind of arbitrary at times. It's like, currently it's worth 10,000, but, like, it's not always going to be worth 10,000. Unless it's, like, actually made of solid gold and it's not just, like, branding. Because it's like, yeah, then you can just, like, melt the gold down and be like, bam. Gold. Sometimes I don't think through my choices. Like with these sprinkles, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I can make them all. I'm sure that somewhere in like Clip Art Studio or something, for like the other like some of the other programs, the art programs out there, there's just like a confetti tool or a sprinkles tool. It's like, yeah, what colors you want it in? Oh, you want these couple of colors? Sure, here. Have a sprinkle. Because I was watching the thing, and it was just like, the pen was like how to draw weeds. It's kind of like the cheater's way of drawing weeds without really drawing weeds, you know? Some of these sprinkle like directions I'm doing, I'm like, oh, what is this? Like, does this look natural? Because you want to be like, oh yeah, it naturally just, they like all landed on here. And they're all good, and they all stayed on, and they're all golden. Do. Brilliant. Okay, cool. Did that. This is going to be... Okay, so... Tin... Cake. Icing outline. Sprinkles. If I can spell. Sprinkles. And then this one's going to be inner cake layer. Let's see. Okay. Not big. Okay. More areas. Excellent. Okay, and we're gonna toggle off a layer. Cool. Group, and then wait for me group, and bigger. Cupcake. do I want to do this? Not that big. Not that small. And then pink. I'm gonna move it over slightly. I like it. Cupcake. Well, see us. Oh man. Cupcakes. That's 2.5 years one. Let's see. Sub badge. 2.5 years. Base edition. Sub badge. Cupcake. 2.5 years. Base edition. Yes, I do. It'll be really sad if that like disappeared entirely. Let's see, the badge. Did it just delete itself? Oh my god. File, recent. Badge. Now where is it? Okay, like it took a minute. Brilliant. So I think before I save each one, I gotta delete the previous one. So this is the bear cupcake. 2.5 years. Cool. Alright. I had a heart attack. It was like, oh my god, did I just put in all that work and it just deleted itself? Do you ever have that and you're like, dear god, what's just happened? You know? Where it's like, come on. Please don't. Please don't abandon me now. You know? Key. I made that. Oh man, it's so good. Wow. Okay. Save. File. Save as. There it is. My little cupcake. Can't use it for like a year. A year and a bit, I imagine. But we've got it. New size. So what size do I have to do for these? Oh man, I forget every time what sizes I've got to do too. Let's see. That's the cookie. 72, 36, and 18. Okay. 72. File. Save as. 72x72. Done. There's 36. Or is it 50? Oh boy, 36, yeah, cool. Save as. 36. Yes. 36. Boop. Done. Oh, save. Save. No, I need to change size first. Scale image to new size. 18. 18. Save file. Save as. Do, 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 do. Excellent. Just for good measure, we're gonna add it to over here. Because now it's a thing. Source. So there's 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 5, 2, 2.5. That makes a badge 9. Badge 9. Add. Browse. I like how it pops up over here, even though I'm like, I'm in a different window. It's like, no. We're opening up over here. Come find us. Open. Done. Doo-doo. There you go. Little cupcake. Alrighty, cupcake closed. Waffles. No emote. What do I have planned for the waffle? I don't have anything planned for the brownie, I don't think. Don't actually think I have a brownie. I don't think I made the brownie like thing. Let's see, there's waffles. I don't know. Made a chalk brownie. It must have been the one I closed, maybe. I closed one, like 1 or 2 random. Okay, cool. So the chocolate, the waffles were planned to be chocolate chip. I actually might make them blueberry waffles. Cupcake. Because I'm like, waffles are adorable. So I think I'm gonna do blueberry waffles so they'll have the color blue. You know, and the emotes and like the sub badges are coming along nicely. I might make a separate folder that's like inside this, it's badges, because there's so many sub badges. Okay, let's do all of you badges. Doo-doo. That's the problem, that's emotes. Okay. Emotes. Down here. Emotes. Badges. Emotes. Badges. 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 These are all emotes. I wonder if that affected. Oh yeah, because I gotta like reconnect them all again. Okay, so this one is cupcake. Doo-doo. No. finding all of them kinks. I was like, oh yeah, I can just move them all. And I didn't, like, momentarily forgot. I was like, oh wait. Boom, boom, ice cream. Done. Badge 1 version 2. Right, here it is, the blue one. Done. Oh wait, yeah, that's the cookie. Cookie. Here it is. Done. Boba. Done. Bless there. Which is emotes. I'm sure this is stimulating, just hearing me nod around. But here's my lot again. It just momentarily kapoofed. I'm gonna have to redo that for all the sources I just moved. Oh man, that's fine. Panels. Progress. Cool. Brilliant. Bear Giggle got moved, so I'll have to deal with that later. But the rest of these did not. Alrighty. So chocolate chip waffles or vanilla waffles. Yeah, we're getting rid of that idea. Nope. It's going to be blueberry waffles. Blueberry waffles. Chocolate brownie. With sprinkles. I swear we've gone like a full circle again. I have absolutely no idea how long the playlist is, you know? It's just like the playlist goes. I keep going with it. And eventually, like, it circles. Like, it does a full circle. And I'm like, yes. The circle continues. Oh, man. But yeah, I found, like, I was like, it's time to change mugs, because I've been using the Eevee mug for ages, and I was like, it's now time. And I'm like, cool. Well, we're now on to this one. Excellent. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I finally got, like, the bits badges done, because I'd had this list here of, like, ones I could do, ones to make, things to do with it, and I was like, what do I do? Where am I going with it? Because I made a list of ones I could possibly do for it. And it was like grizzly bear, black bear, polar, panda, golden grizzly. So, I'm still using. Those were for like sub badge ideas. But I settled on like these kind of like pastry, like dessert things instead for the badges, and I'm actually very pleased with myself. You know, because they're so cute. They're adorables. It is a world of bears. Alrighty, so we've got waffles. Waffles. Okay. Now, I don't know a ton about waffles, honestly. I'm not exactly a waffle expert. But they seem to have a classic shape. So let's see, waffles. This one? Yeah, this is this one. Okay, cool. Black. Because of course you gotta have the base layer. Now, you can make waffles into any shape. So, that's a very big eraser. Why not make bear-shaped waffles? Choo-choo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Waffles. Waffles. Okay. Because I can do the like. So I think these will be made like out of cream. That's like the theory, you know, like each of these little bear hearing things will be like out of cream. So let's see. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. And then blueberries. Bloobs. Yep. Do, 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 do. So these are all like blueberry spots. Okay, so this is the base shape of it. Obviously there's gonna be some differences, but with like color change and like sizing of stuff. Okay, first step, the waffles. So it's gotta be like a light brownish color, I think. Um, I love when like things stick together. I'm like, cool, your pages have stuck together. What are you gonna do? It's like, it's like when I was I briefly had this like leak that ruined a bunch of my books. And by ruin, I mean like it got them all wet. And so I had to like dry them all because there's this one shelf on one of my bookshelves. Because of where it sits with the rain, I can't put any of my books on that shelf. It's essentially a useless shelf for me as a result, because I'm like, cool, this is the shelf where books go to die. So I just don't put any on there because I used to, based on where my where everything lined up, it was like one of my classics shelves. Oh boy. That didn't go well. It nearly ruined one of my books. But I'm like, it's fine. The book's safe. You know? Cool color palette. This one. But no, I was also watching like recently this show. You remember the like Asian lady from Grey's Anatomy? Well, she's on a new show where she's like the lead, and she's playing this like head of an English department that's kind of like on its way out, like it's dying. So it's like people aren't doing English anymore. I'm like, I don't know if that's really true or not. But I know that it's more expensive now to do the arts here in Australia. So I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if less people were doing it, honestly. You know? It would not actually shock me. No, we're gonna make a separate layer just now. I'm gonna do the fruit. Let's see. Red. This is the straw. Now I have that song in my head. You know the one where it's like you're getting rickrolled? Like I have that in my head now. I'm like, all the things that have stuck in your head. This had to be the one. You had to like get casually like rickroll yourself, you know? Okay. Blueberries galore. Do-do-do. Blueberry pancakes. Making all the blueberry pancakes. This will turn out one of two ways. It will turn out well, or it will turn out shit. Which way it turns out is a complete mystery. Now, I was originally like, I don't want to stream in the DGen hours to some friends. Like, we were talking about like when we stream, like the hours, and then I realized like I do stream in the DGen hours. I stream like middle of the night. Like everyone's asleep, and then like I go to bed and like wake up for work. But I stream in the DGen hours. Like by DGen I mean like the degenerate hours of the night, where basically everyone's asleep. You know, like I stream just before the EU. Like when the EU is asleep, Australians are basically asleep like the smart ones are anyways. Do 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 do. What? Outline. What? Garnish. Inside holes. Holes this. Cool. Now I just got the maple syrup left that goes over it all. But underneath the garnishes. Alright. Rup. And it's gotta be a level of opaqueness. Do do do. Okay. Brown, slightly less opaque as an outline. Bum, bada, bum. Go. It's under the garnishes, but over the bloobs, you know, that are in the waffle. It's a work in progress. Okay, cool. And then the waffles. Color palette. Gotta save all the colors because they do disappear. Honestly, like a poof on ya. Cool. So that's colors there on the color palette layer. Waffles. Alrighty. Let's go there. Waffles, waffles. Berries inside waffles. Okay, cool. Blueberries inside waffles. Main color. The lines of the waffles. Because all waffles have lines. It is the key thing that makes a waffle a waffle. How many times can I say waffle? Waffle, waffle, waffle. Okay. Full opacity. Thinner. I think it has to be on waffle base layer. It needs to be basically the same color as the inner waffle, but a little bit darker. No. Okay, why do this when I can do a straight line? Yes, 100% cheating. I want to give my waffles the best chance of being cute. Do do do. Do. Waffle. I just love this. This is a calming moment, you know, just making lines. I'm sure there's probably better ways of doing this, you know, more like accurate. Like, you know, we want to do these waffles. Oh, I want my waffles like this by this. I'm sure there's like a fun way of doing it. I have yet to find it. Do do. Do do do. These are really coming along nicely, I gotta say. I was a little concerned, you know? That these waffles are gonna be awful. Because it's a lot of line work, you know? Like a lot of straight lines. That are like exact. They all gotta be exact. You know? Because they're made in a grid. That's how they get these lines. They're physically made in a pan that makes these lines. Like these grid lines. That's why they're all like so neat. And like exact distance apart most of the time. I mean, stuff does happen, but for the most part, yeah. Usually exactly that way. Do do do. Could be worse. Do do do. Here's the thing. I'm now going to brush along these to make each of them thicker. So I'm like, are these thick enough for waffles? You know? Because I'm like, I'm not convinced that they were. You know? Because waffles have thick lines. They'd be thick lineage. Okay. I wonder what happened with, like, because I remember briefly there was supposed to be another movie with, like, Jared Leto as the Joker. I wonder what happened to that one. Because not a lot of people seem to like him as the Joker. You know, people were very, like, critical of him. Because, you know, this kind of fans can be very intense when they want to be, you know? Which, fair enough. They want to do that. It's their free will to do it. But I always feel bad for the actors who get caught in the crossfire. Like, they didn't pull off whatever the fans were expecting. You know? It's like when the movie, like, Death Note came out, and it was such a fiasco. No one enjoyed that. No one enjoyed, like, what happened, or, like, what the guy did, and how he was like, yeah, I mean, even though, like, Death Note's a classic, we wanted to, like, go a different way with it. I'm like, it's a book, it's like a movie adaptation of a manga that has its own series and a better live action already. Why do we need this? The answer really is we didn't. We didn't actually need it. But we got it anyways. It didn't do very well. It was fairly poorly received, like, across the board, except for, like, Daniel Defoe as, like, Ryuk. Like, his voice was practically the only thing people were, like, cool with. They're like, yeah, no, he's good. Everything else sucks. Oh, I shouldn't laugh about that. But you gotta laugh about it, you know? Get a good laugh out of the things in the day that could have and should have been better, you know? Why am I back in there? Jesus, every time I'm like, I think I've gone out of it, I'm back in the erase function. I'm like, why am I back here? What does this what's the purpose does this serve? Because I'm just making the waffles thicker. I think it's because there's like an extra layer of like gloss over it all that it like changes the way it shows up, which I don't mind. I like it. Just like that's why the pancakes look a little different, the lines out there than in here, you know? Do. So these are these waffles. Waffles, waffles, waffles. I know I'm not like really talking. And I'm just like ultra focused, but I'm like, I want to make sure I get these waffles right, you know? Because they're like, they deserve to be cute. They deserve to be adorable. And you're like, ugh, but they're just waffles. Like, what does it matter? You know? But it does matter. What even is that? Okay. Oh, those are the blueberry insides waffles. Garnish. Silly me. Garnish. Garnish a silly moment. Blueberries are so dark that they're almost purple, honestly. So I'm thinking I'm gonna do a little bit of an outline with them with like a purple color. You know? Because purple's a good color. It was like as a background thing for them, I think. You know? Do do do. Okay, it's like purpley color. Do do. Yes. I'm enjoying that I've gotten a little better. A little. I say a little bit better with like this kind of thing. The berries inside waffles. Okay. Garnish. And then we need a lighter blue, I think, just slightly lighter for this bit. Doo doo. Now this detail will never show up, ever. It's just too small to show up in a sub badge. But I want the detail for myself. You know? Just a personal, like, yeah. No, I did this. I did this art. I'm always worried someone's gonna come along and like take mine. I'm like, should I start signing it? It's like a thought I've had of like, it should be fine. Like in theory, because my art isn't like good enough yet. Do 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 do. Fill. I was like, oh yeah, I could totally fill this space. And I was like, nah, bro. Well, you can, you won't get an autofill. You gotta like do it manual. Same as always. I was trying to cheat the system. That's what I get. New palette. Oh wait, on the color palette. Purple. Orange. Back this one. Do do do. Do 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 do. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Inside waffles. Mm-hmm. Cool. Do, 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 do. So I'm just gonna do strawberries. Oh no. Nearly 5 hours and I've done. Jeez, how many emotes have I done? And like things. 2 emotes. And this will be the second sub badge. So that's cool. I'm so proud of the cupcake. I'm so proud of how it's turned out, honestly. I mean, I can't use the thing for ages. But it's something to look forward to, you know? Like the day that I can use it, you know? I don't know, it hits me a little in there of like, yeah, you can eventually you'll be there. You'll be at that point where like this will like have a meaning for you. Like you can fully use it. Because it'll mean you've been streaming for that long, is what I mean. Do do do. It's only 3 strawberries. Yeah, it's only 3 strawberries. You need a little bit of a darker color as a contrast for their outlines. There we go. But yeah, since hockey season is like coming to an end, it means that I'm gonna like, I'll have the time that I can afford to get the get immunized against COVID, and not have to worry about like missing a hockey game because I won't have any. You know, it's like a special thing of like, oh yeah, no, hockey season will be done. You're free to like do other things. Let's see. Yeah, because I wanted to leave like little seeds. And I think that'll officially be all. Do 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 do. Honestly, I needed this kind of like cozy, not very chatty, like art stream. I understand like you're supposed to make like every stream like worth something, and this was worth something to me. It wasn't super chatty, but I hope I gave some entertainment to some people out there, even just to like a hello. Because today was a good and bad day. You know? There's like kind of contradicting ones. It's like, yeah, all these things did go well, technically. But like, for you personally, things didn't always go as well. And it's okay to be upset about it, you know? Like, it's okay to have feelings about it. It's always okay to have feelings about whatever you want to have feelings about. Like, you're not always right, but you have every right to feel that way. You know? Do. I want an even darker one for an outline. Yeah, I want this darker one for the outline. Honestly, I'm glad with how well this has turned out. This waffle. I was worried the waffle would turn out like terribly, you know? Because it's the thing I was like least convinced it would turn out okay. Okay, so color palette. That's there. Garnish level. Just fix up these little bits. Clean it up a little bit. Okay, it was on the paint level. Okay, color palette. Color palette. Okay, now, where is the right color? Okay. Okay, cool. Drawing is so much fun. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Excellent. Ooh, I'm not sure if, like, is the smile too creepy? Or should I go with, well, let's see. About like one thing above it. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Like, do I want to do? No. I think the other purple needs to be a little darker. I think that's the problem with that line. Okay, cool. Move this layer. And then split all those together. Oh wait. And group, quick group. Color palette. Okay, cool. Group. Do I want to make it a little bigger? Do. I don't want to make a back layer, so behind this one, offline coloring. It's this color, little lighter. Okay, cool. Did that. We're gonna add one more layer, and this one's the one that's the solid black layer to tell what I have erased that I need to erase. Because there's always something. Alpha base. I think what I need to just do. Make sure that's all enclosed. I think that's the only thing to worry about. Done. Alrighty. Do I like this one though? I'm not sure I do. Okay. One more blueberry it is. I have time to think this one over. So I like the actual pancakes. Alright, I like the pancake, like the pancake. We're getting rid of this. That's not good. On this bit of whip. Whip outline. There was some left. Okay. For now, we'll save that. Badges. Even. Okay. And goggles. 3 years. This edition. Because I've got a couple years until I actually will be using this email. So I'm like, it doesn't matter if, like, I have time to think about it. I like the 2-year ones, which are the ones that are, like, next year. Like, I actually unlock a badge on the 31st of December. So I'm like, that will be probably I think it's there's one more that I unlock with that, so that'll become the cookie. I don't know how many you consistently unlock, or if it's like I don't think it's limited for like partner versus affiliate. I think it just depends on like how many you want. So I've seen a lot of people who like they don't like bother with a ton of them, and then they only do like per year, or some will do like every half year. So I'm like, I'm preparing for either. The worst case scenario, I make some of them into yearly ones instead of half yearly. If that's the case, and I don't really mind doing that. I really do, because these are adorable. Especially the cupcake, I'm very glad it turned out so cute. And the ice cream, it turned out adorable. And the cookie. So they've all turned out great. BAP is still something I like. I'm still thinking over what I'm going to do with that one, because it's fine-ish. But it's still like I want to fix it. I don't quite know how to fix it yet, or what I want to do for it. I'm still working on it. But this one will be saved here. Waffles. View. And save as PNG as well. Waffles. Image. Scale inch new size. Oh yeah, there's autosave, that's right. 72, 36, and 18. 72, 36, and 18. 72. File, save as. 72x, 72. Image, scale machine size. 36. Save. File, save as. 36x36. And the last one is 18. Scaling machine size 18. Alright, excellent. Image saving. I don't know. Earlier, the fun thing is, I've been going through all these games of mine to, like, sort them, put them in the rightful place, like, organize what I'm gonna do with them, that kind of thing. And it's cool seeing how I've managed to, like, finally play some games that I'd been putting off playing, because I was like, I'm gonna stream them. And now I've decided, like, I will play some of these games, like, variety-wise, but I'm not gonna, like, wait to play a lot of the games, you know? I'm still gonna, like...
Go.
Alright, I had to save this, and we're gonna raid. Is there any reason to raid? Yeah, we'll do one. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let's find someone to raid. At this morning, okay. Do. Cool. I want to try and do someone who's also playing art, honestly. Because that way it's like, you're still playing art, you're still hanging with people who do art. Oh, Piffles, she's live, but I don't want to read the same person twice in a row. I want to try and read different people. Internet, bonk, let's draw something. Okay. No, let's make some stickers. Ooh. You know what? Let's do that. Okay, I'll mute my desktop audio. Just that way I can get through the ad. Because there is always an ad. You can bet on it. So we're gonna raid them. Okay. So this is fun. Let's see if like the commercial ends before we raid them. So it's been a long day, and thank you guys for sticking around through all this and through me essentially like doing an intense amount of like just focus drawing. I really appreciate you guys being here, lurking, chilling out with me. I will be streaming again on Tuesday. It's not tomorrow, but the day after that. So that's like good. So thank you guys for like being here. I know it was like a long one. But they look like they're having a lot of fun. They're making stickers. These things will eventually end up like involved with the stream. These like things that I drew tonight. But it's gonna be a little while, but I'm excited for it, you know? I'm new starting out. I'm just working my way and figuring things out as I go. So I gotta appreciate you guys like all being here, like along with me for the ride. Anyways, have fun, enjoy yourself. Thank you for lurking and following and being here.